Chapter 384. The green pool water did not calm down after the two jumped out. Instead, it became more and more intense. The disappearance of Nandelbart's anti-magic field did not make her happy. Thea felt a drop of cold sweat flowing down her forehead to her cheek. A huge amount of evil energy continued to roll out from the pool water. Thea did not know if this was originally the case or if Jason and Yao Fei broke some kind of barrier after entering the water, and a world full of evil energy was connected to this place through the pool water. Two magicians' hands tied up Jason and Yao Fei, who were more like beasts than humans, and threw them to Nightwing. Thea looked at the pool water again. Disorderly, evil, chaotic energy was seeping into this world through the gap in the pool water. Even this strand of energy did not stop. It was constantly bewitching the combatants at the scene. The few heroes had strong willpower and were not affected. The Alliance's soldiers had also been through strict training and did not show any signs of being bewitched for a while. But Thea knew that this state would not last long. As the gap in the passage expanded, more and more evil energy seeped into this world. Pure willpower would not last long. Bruce, something's wrong. A passage full of evil energy has opened. You and Ninja Master stop immediately. I'll let the people here withdraw quickly. I'll try to seal this place. Thea told Batman telepathically. But she waited for half a minute and did not get a response. Did he not hear it or what? Thea was puzzled. Suddenly, she realized that she was dumb. Batman did not know telepathic telepathy. He did not have this skill even if he wanted to. Just as she was about to use the Eye of Horus to check the situation outside, she saw that the Power Armor's communication system had intercepted a new call request. Thea opened it, and Batman's vigorous figure appeared on the comm. Your system is really good. Did Felicity do it? I heard what you said, but Ninja Master suddenly went berserk a minute ago. He can't stop now. After Batman said that, he turned the camera to Ninja Master, only to see that the old man, who had been rather elegant before, had changed drastically. His symptoms were even more severe than Jason's and Yao Fei's, and when he attacked with both hands, there was a faint blood-red energy. He has been demonized. After soaking in the pool for so many years, his body is no longer human. Thea only took one look, and combined it with the other party's demonized physique when they fought that day. She instantly came to a conclusion. Can he still recover? I don't know. I'll close the gap here first. We'll talk about the future later. The two quickly ended the call. Thea turned to Talia and asked, Can you restrain these people? Your father has gone crazy outside. We can only rely on you here. Talia had always been an ambitious woman. If it weren't for her relationship with Batman, she wouldn't have had anything to do with justice. Hearing that Ninja Master had gone crazy, a trace of sadness flashed across her face. However, this trace of emotion quickly dissipated and was replaced by joy. Let me try. If you can help me get the old man's ring, then I'll be more confident, Talia said in a low voice. Thea glanced at her coldly. Put away your schemes. I know your rules. Anyone with a ring can order them around. Calm them down first and don't cause trouble for me. The other side of the pool is an extremely evil world. If my seal fails, no one here will survive. Talia wasn't annoyed that she didn't fall for her trick. She took down two enemies in a row with her katana, jumped onto a high platform, and shouted, Brothers of the Alliance, I'm Talia al Ghul, the eldest daughter of Ninja Master. Listen to me. It had to be said that Talia had a high prestige in the Alliance. When she betrayed the Alliance, there were hundreds of people who swore to follow her. Although the people present weren't that loyal to her, they still believed in her. A large number of black-clothed assassins of the Alliance stopped attacking, wanting to hear what she had to say. Ninja Master has gone crazy. Talia's words were shocking. Nonsense. Impossible. You traitor. The originally quiet crowd boiled up again. Ninja Master had taken in disciples all over the world. For a moment, the black-clothed assassins who spoke various languages cursed at Talia. However, many of the classic curses were related to their ancestors. This group of people didn't dare to use Ninja Master, so they seemed a little weak. Thea was busy inscribing a sealing circle. The Constantine family had dealt with demons for generations, so they were very good at summoning and sealing spells. Although they were a little unhappy with Talia taking advantage of the situation to seize power, they still helped her. A huge water mirror appeared in front of everyone. The people in the mirror were Batman and Ninja Master, who were fighting outside the building. The old man's eyes were red, and the sound coming out of his mouth was like some kind of beast. His entire temperament had changed drastically. Anyone could see that something was wrong. See? He's gone crazy. I'm the real leader. Sardin, do you still believe me? Felix, have you forgotten who taught you archery? Talia used both the carrot and the stick. While telling the truth, she also tried to rope in a few assassins who were somewhat close to her. Their attitudes soon relaxed. Many of them were loyal, but only to the system. If Ninja Master had really gone crazy, then it wasn't impossible for them to be loyal to Talia. Let's go. Thea was sweating profusely. She didn't know if the other party was a demon from the Three Palaces. She only felt that she had never faced such great pressure before. Ninja Master was obviously being held back by something and wasn't using all his strength to break through the barrier between the two worlds. Talia knew that she wasn't bluffing. She immediately ordered the group to run out. You guys go out first. I'll see if I can help. Nightwing had the demeanor of a general. He knocked out Yao Fei and Jason and ordered Barbara and Shadow to go out first. He stayed behind to help. Thea nodded at him. She was currently spending all her energy on the circle. She really didn't have time to pay attention to other things. When Thea was chanting loudly, a mysterious rhythm filled the small room. The other side's resistance increased. The tunnel between the two worlds didn't shrink. It actually grew bigger. In such a distant exchange, Thea was able to determine that her opponent was not just a little bit stronger than her. She was fighting on her home ground, and her opponent was able to increase the gap on her side despite having obvious constraints. His strength was far greater than that of Horus back then. Thea took out the God of Death's staff from her space ring. She released a clone. Her body and the clone's minds were connected. They cast spells at the same time. They slowed down her opponent's break world speed. The God of Death's staff strengthened Thea's casting power and shortened her casting time. Suddenly, things seemed to be going well for her. Thea's eyes shrank. She saw a black shadow come out of the gap. It was like lightning. Chapter 385. The doppelganger threw a magic missile at the enemy, while Thea took advantage of the moment when the enemy was unsteady to kill the monster with a stab to its chest. Damn it, it really was the Three Palace demon. Thea sized up the monster she killed. It had bull horns, white hair, 3 pairs of eyes on its face, and dark red skin. This should be the son of the Three Palace demon. How frustrating. Thea looked at the corpse sinking into the ground and shouted to Nightwing, "The enemy is not dead. He can absorb all the negative emotions in the world. We can only restrain him." Nightwing saw the enemy killed by Thea emerge from the ground unscathed. He nodded and said, "Leave it to me." With that, he began to fight with the son of the Three Palace demon with a short stick. With his help, Thea was finally able to restart the seal. The barrier that was about to be sealed was damaged by the enemy's sudden attack. The two sides were in a stalemate again. Unknown spellcaster, can you hear my voice? Just as Thea was trying to push the enemy to the other side, a weak young girl's voice appeared in Thea's mind. Who are you? Thea was very busy. She had to coordinate the spells of her doppelganger, and she also had to pay attention to Nightwing's battle. The enemy kept shooting dark red energy beams, and Nightwing, an ordinary person, was struggling to hold on. Phew. Great, you have the ability to transmit telepathy. You are much more powerful than I thought. The one trying to enter your world is the greatest demon in the multiverse, called the Three Palace. The young girl was obviously relieved. She was afraid that the other side would not be able to respond to her. Now that both sides could communicate, the chances of success were much higher. Thea was not happy at all. She only felt that she was extremely unlucky. She was only supposed to save Jason and Yao Fei, and visit the farmhouse in Nandarbart. It was a day of fun, but it turned out that two worlds were working together to seal a great demon. The script changed too quickly. Unsurprisingly, the person on the other side of the phone was the daughter of the three palace demons, the famous black-bellied beauty raven. Unknowingly, they had interfered in her first attempt to seal the three palace demons and helped her father open up the second battlefield, which led to the series of events that had unfolded before their eyes. I know about the three palace demon, a great demon of another dimension. My seal is almost complete. What do you mean? Thea had already sped up her movements. Her doppelganger was still able to find the time to cast a few acceleration spells and defensive spells on the Nightwing. What I want to say is that I can't hold on for much longer. The young girl's voice and the sound of the barrier breaking rang out at the same time. A dark red palm that was 10 meters long and 2 meters thick suddenly drilled out of the barrier. The aura that accompanied the palm was filled with pain and anguish that burned people's hearts. Thea was shocked and almost scolded out loud. You can't hold on anymore? You should have said so earlier. Why are you here as well? Thea stared at the young girl who was only 8 or 9 years old and was a little speechless. Let me help you. I'm very powerful. The young girl was wearing a black cloak that covered everything above her nose. As she spoke, she cast a few restraining spells to bind the demon that was chasing the Nightwing. Thea almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Help me? Help my ass. Shouldn't I be the one helping you? Why am I the one in charge? What does this have to do with me? Logically speaking, how can you tell that you're helping me? Looking at the incomparably huge palm, one could imagine how big the main body was. Thea pointed at the palm and asked in disbelief, You can't seal this big guy? The young girl Raven looked at Thea as if she was looking at a retard. How can I seal him? I was just delaying him. He's the biggest demon in the multiverse. Don't look at me like that. I know what you're thinking. Thea was extremely unhappy at this moment. The young girl Raven glanced at her. The two beauties, one big and one small, snorted at the same time and turned their heads to the left and right at the same time. Thea looked at the barrier that was constantly shattering. Obviously, without Raven's restraint, the opponent was breaking through faster and faster. Thea knew the strength of the three palace demon. Superman, Diana, and the Flash couldn't break through the defense even when they joined forces. In the eyes of the three palace demon, these three were just a little stronger than ordinary Earthlings. They were just ants that weren't worthy of him personally taking action. Not to mention her own skills. Once the three palace demon came out, it would be best for her to immediately take Moira and the others and run away. The problem came back again. She had to take advantage of the fact that he hadn't come out yet to beat him back and seal him again. Because the node of Nandarbat had been broken, it would take some time to repair it. She had to resist the three palace demon while repairing it. Except for those who couldn't be named, Thea really didn't know who else had this ability. Seal. Thea stared at the God of Death's staff that she had just gotten 2 days ago. She didn't understand the sealing function in the staff. Could it be that it corresponded to today? As the number of events she participated in increased, Thea became more and more confused. She definitely didn't participate in the original process of the event, so how did they do it? Or was it that the timeline with her participation was real, and the others were just stories in movies and comics? She raised the staff and waved it gently in her hand, and an obscure and inexplicable energy formed in the air. What are you going to do? Raven asked. Seal him. Thea answered concisely. After that, she flew up and used the staff as a spear, piercing the giant hand. The idea that the staff transmitted to her was very vague. It wasn't that she couldn't do it, but that she failed. Help me hold him down. Thea commanded Raven on the side. This demon princess had been entangled with her father for a long time and couldn't deal with the whole person. Now it should be no problem to deal with a hand. Raven proudly raised her nose, raised her arms, and rolled up a huge shadow behind her. A very human-like crow composed purely of shadow energy pressed down on the struggling giant hand, only the wrist part was exposed. Hold him down, watch me. Thea had roughly understood the principle of the staff. It could seal, but it had a probability problem. It was impossible to seal the three-palace demon at once. After all, this was only the god of death's staff, not the god's staff. Puff. It didn't work. Puff. It still didn't work. Puff. Puff. Thea treated the big hand of the three-palace demon as pork, and poked it again and again. The probability of the staff's seal was very touching. Every time it was poked, Gideon would record the success rate. From Thea's estimate of 20%, it fell to 0. 25%. Hey, can you do it? The cynical Raven asked. Yes, it'll be done soon. Thea was busy sweating. She didn't know whether she could do it or not. If there were other ways, she wouldn't do it stupidly. When Gideon calculated that the probability was reduced to 0.0007%, he saw that a large group of non-attribute energy suddenly gathered on the staff, rolled back the bead curtain, and the energy wrapped the giant hand, rolling all the way to the other side. Chapter 386. This mass of energy looked familiar. It was clearly the power of the rules. Just like Diana's lasso and Thea's arrow of vengeance, this staff was also added with the power of the rules when it was forged. However, the sealing rules were far more powerful than the rules of revenge and truth. The quality was higher, but the quantity was much less. This was the main reason why the staff's sealing probability was so low. This demon must be completely sealed. Your ability can restrain him. Come with me, the black-bellied lowly raven said cheerfully. Okay. Before Thea could say anything, Batman, who only showed his face after killing the monster, agreed. Thea thought about it repeatedly. The other party could not resist the power of the staff's rules, which meant that the other side was not too dangerous. She nodded. Hearing that the other side was Hell, Nightwing, who had been chased for a long time, was also very curious and wanted to follow. Even though Raven Lowly couldn't tell what kind of magic these two men had, she didn't object to it. After tying up the son of the three-palace demon who jumped out, the four of them took the captive and went to the other side through Raven's teleportation channel. This is hell. Thea looked at the surrounding environment. The surroundings were filled with the main color of dark red. The sky was wrapped in thick dark clouds, and the soil on the ground seemed to be soaked in blood. The gray ground was mixed with dark red, and it looked particularly uncomfortable. Come and help. Raven Lowly interrupted their observation and said hurriedly. Thea, Batman, and Nightwing also saw the huge body of the three-palace demon. This was a giant with a real height of hundreds of meters. It had the same appearance as its sons, with bull horns, white hair, and 3 pairs of eyes. However, its pressure was 10,000 times stronger than its sons, and its aura was 10,000 times more evil. Just by getting close to it, one could feel its aura. It was an evil that could tear one's soul. However, now a large mass of unknown energy gushed out from the left palm of this great demon. The energy quickly covered its upper body and half of its head. This great demon was mobilizing all its energy to resist the sealing power of the rules. Use your divine artifact, quick. Raven once again summoned the shadow of a raven and firmly bound the demon's feet. She also saw the power of Thea's divine weapon. She didn't expect Earth to have such a strange weapon. Although the probability was low, this was the only way. Thea looked at the great demon. Although his legs were bound, he was not stupid. His upper body was resisting the seal while his lower body was struggling. Lolita Raven would not be able to trap him for long. Looking at the great demon's struggling feet, Thea thought of the magic staff's low probability of success. She created a clone and passed the magic staff of the god of death to her. Her clone was perfect for such a dangerous job. His main body, on the other hand, wore the yellow light ring and released all of his emotional energy. Then, he conjured a yellow chain on the foundation of the raven, binding the great demon's legs tightly. Batman and Nightwing, on the other hand, began to deal with the various imps and sons of the three demonic palaces that appeared around them. Along the way, Thea and Raven also diverted part of their attention to provide magical support to them. Time passed extremely slowly. Thea's clone was still attacking the great demon's toes. The great demon lived alone in a place similar to a valley. The surroundings were blocked by dark red mountains and there was only a small path to enter the valley. Batman and Nightwing firmly guarded the entrance. Thea summoned the elk to help them block the gap. She took out the divine longbow and aimed at all the demons that could fly, killing them one by one. Facing the increasing number of demons, Batman and Nightwing used all of their skills, throwing all kinds of smoke bombs and magnetic bombs. In a cloud of smoke, Batman changed into a pitch-black iron armor. His strength, speed, and defense skyrocketed. He was not afraid in the face of the swarming demons. With his powerful strength, thick defense, and his skillful fighting skills, Batman alone bore 70% of the pressure of the demon army. The few of them fought hard, but there were too many demons to kill. They were killed in 1 second and resurrected in the next second. Batman, who was full of energy, was now a little tired. "Are you done?" Master Bat grabbed a demon's arm and used it as a weapon. He smashed a bunch of demons until their tendons and bones were broken. He asked Thea a little breathlessly. Soon. The time was getting longer and longer. Many demons with the ability to fly were swarming over. She had to keep killing those demons. The pressure was no less than that of the two people on the ground. Thea's clone was still holding the staff and fighting with the great demon's toes. She did not know how many times she had poked and smashed. Just as Thea's main body was wondering if the staff would only work on the target once, the touching ceiling effect was finally activated. Just like before, the non-elemental energy wrapped around the three palace demons' toes and rolled them up. The great demon, who could only fight with the sealing law, could no longer hold on. His feet and calves were quickly sealed. The two energies of the same origin converged at his waist. The demon let out a deafening roar and was finally wrapped up by the sealing energy. The 100-meter-tall giant finally disappeared. A crimson crystal stopped in the air. "What is this?" Raven lowly turned her head and asked Thea. "You're asking me?" I don't know." Thea did not know what this was. In the original spacetime, this should be your job. If you're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? The two beauties, one big and one small, looked at each other blankly. They were a little confused about the situation, but there was no doubt that the great demon king was indeed sealed. Raven used her dark magic to turn the surrounding mountains into a huge rock. The crimson crystal was sealed in the center of the huge rock. Thea's doppelganger was almost exhausted. She handed the staff to the main body and the doppelganger returned to Thea's body. "Let me dig a hole." Thea held the staff with both hands and imitated Atlan, the god of death, in her memory. She slammed the staff into the ground. Rumble. This staff was indeed worthy of its reputation as being able to sink Atlantis. This was a great tool for digging holes. This time, there was no need to consider the probability. Thea did not use any magic power. With just one hit, she created a huge hole that was 1,000 meters deep and 100 meters wide. Raven controlled the huge rock to fall to the bottom of the deep hole. The two of them increased their magic power and filled the hole. They looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. When the great demon army saw that the three-palace demon was sealed, most of them fled. The few loyal ones were also killed by the few of them. Raven brought the few of them back to Nandarbat. Thea began to seal the extra-dimensional passage. When she wanted Raven to help, Raven replied casually, "I don't know how." "You really don't know how?" Thea asked again in disbelief. Raven lowly turned her head away arrogantly and ignored her. Another naughty child. Thea was speechless. She could only do it herself. She constructed the magic circle, dismantled the details, and added a few patches to the original foundation. Finally, the passage to hell was blocked. Chapter 387. As soon as she was done, Shadow dragged her to see Yao Fei and Jason. After soaking in the pool water, the two had recovered from their vegetative state. However, their minds were in a mess. Barbara and Shadow could only tie them up and wait for Sia, a wise person, to come take a look. Sia did a quick check and wanted the black-bellied lowly raven to take a look. I don't know these things. I was born with my magical powers. Raven lowly pretended to glance at it and shook her head to show that she did not understand. How envious. Thea was born with powerful magic. She felt like this world was full of cheats. There weren't many people who studied magic as hard as she did. The demon princess said that she could blast her enemies to ashes. She had plenty of practical experience, but she didn't have any theoretical knowledge. Thea could only draw her own conclusions. Their souls were damaged before. Now, with the help of the pool water, their souls are complete. However, this is a supplement, not a repair. The original soul and the new soul will fight fiercely. They will be confused for a while. When their own soul devours the foreign soul, they should be able to wake up. Thea explained her judgment to them. She didn't care if they understood or not. She knocked them out with a finger each. No one could help with the soul fusion. She could only rely on herself. After dealing with the two, Talia brought a group of people and dragged the demonized ninja master over. She wanted to see if the old man could be saved. The old man's eyes were red. He made a groaning sound in the air. It took 4 or 5 people to pull on the iron chain to barely hold him down. It was such a pity that a hero of a generation had fallen to such a state. Thea sighed. She used her psychic power to sense the old man's soul. Then, she used her magic to wander around his body. Can he be saved? Batman and Talia asked at the same time. It was just that the two of them had different thoughts. Batman was very respectful to this teacher of his. Although the two of them had been enemies many times, they had never killed each other. Talia's feelings toward her biological father were much more complicated. She felt hatred, jealousy, fear, and a bit of father-daughter relationship. But more than that, she wanted the old man to die quickly so that she could take over the Assassin's Alliance. Facing their complicated gazes, Thea roughly thought about the methods she knew and gently shook her head. He's different from Yao Fei and Jason. His demonization is too deep. This kind of constitution can't be removed. But it can be suppressed. Thea said as she drew several mysterious symbols on Ninja Master's forehead and arms. The beast-like Ninja Master instantly calmed down and fell asleep. Thea looked at Batman. My spell can keep him calm. If you want him to regain his consciousness, you will need more suppression methods. You can ask the Sky Eye Society for some anti-magic metal and make 2 bracelets for him to wear. He will wake up again, but he can't soak in the pool anymore. Optimistically, he only has 10 years left. After listening, Batman pondered for a long time and nodded. He couldn't leave a ninja master in the lurch. But even a fool would know how difficult it was to get something from the Heaven's Eye Association. The anti-magic metal was their weapon against superhumans. Based on Batman's understanding of Amanda, he wouldn't be able to get it without paying a huge price. However, he was a hero of justice, so he couldn't steal it. Batman lowered his head and pondered over the chips in his hands, calculating how he could get his hands on it. Seeing that they were all okay, Thea could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She turned her head and saw the two-faced Lolita looking at her. Are there many people like you in this world? Raven asked without rhyme or reason, but Thea knew that she was definitely not asking about her appearance, but whether there were many people who knew magic. There shouldn't be many. Thea said frankly. Except for a few immortals, no one in modern society could play with magic. This thing had a bright future, but it was not as powerful as a submachine gun before it took shape. The two-faced Lolita was a little embarrassed. She said with a troubled face, "Can you teach me? I learn things very quickly. I have to teach a disciple again?" It wasn't that Sia hadn't thought of absorbing the black-bellied Loli's magic, but she was different from Shazan. She had inherited the magic from the three-palace demon. She was born with a strong evil aura. Without any blood relationship, she couldn't control it. Thea looked at Raven. The little girl looked at her a little nervously. "How old are you?" 9. Raven Lolita looked like she was an adult. Thea almost burst out laughing. This little girl was two-faced, arrogant, and very good at complaining. Thinking about it carefully, she was quite similar to Thea's character. And the key point that was different from Billy Batson was that she was a beautiful girl. So it was said that appearance could really determine one's fate. "Well, you can live with me for a while." Thea didn't say anything, but she had already agreed. Raven was different from Damien. She had a huge amount of magic, but she didn't dare to use it because she was afraid of the dark power in it. Thea felt distressed when she thought of the original spacetime. With no one to teach her, she had wasted a mage account with great potential. In fact, there were some tricks in the process. As long as she gave some pointers, Raven's strength would develop rapidly without any side effects. Although there were few magic classes in modern society, there were always a few. The use of magic had changed from the rough and explosive type to the delicate and simple type. Modern magic was most suitable for Raven, who had a lot of magic but poor control. A few outsiders looked at them from afar. They saw Batman and Talia talking in low voices. In the end, he sighed helplessly and walked slowly toward them. Talia turned her head and returned to the Alliance team. In the end, Talia gave up on her man and son and chose power. Thea sighed. She didn't have any say in Talia's choice. She just felt that this woman was also a ruthless person. Or it could be said that after living in the Assassin League for so many years, the position of the organization in her heart was more important than anything else. "Let's go." Batman's voice was as calm as usual. He, who was proficient in psychology, might have already seen through Talia's ambition. Thea didn't mind. This trip to Nandarbat was a busy one. Other than understanding the function of the God of Death's staff and adopting a little Loli, she didn't gain anything. After opening a portal to the outskirts of Gotham and a portal to Star City, they waved goodbye. Thea led the black-bellied Loli, Shadow, and Yao Fei through the portal and returned to Star City. "Your teleportation skills are not bad, but the total amount of magic is a little low," the Loli said with a little pride. After that, she opened a dark portal and raised her eyebrows at Thea proudly. Chapter 388. 3 black lines appeared on Thea's forehead. This child was not cute at all. "Your portal is shaking too much, and the landing point is not stable." She was now very experienced in dealing with naughty children. She went on and on about this and that. She took advantage of Raven's lack of basic knowledge and pointed out 4 or 5 problems, completely dispelling Raven's arrogance. However, she did not just beat her down. She even complimented her appropriately, causing the little girl to pout before raising her head again. "You have good taste." The proud Raven took off her hood, revealing a slightly pale face. She kept looking at the crowd on the street. "I think your father still needs some time to rest. He should be able to recover in about 2 months." No matter how one looked at it, Shadow's relationship with Yao Fei was closer than that with Jason. Before leaving, Thea checked old Yao again before returning home with Raven. She found Damien, who was practicing his sword, and introduced him to Raven. "Come, I have a mission for you. Tell this little sister everything that I taught you before." Thea gathered the 2 children together and went back to her room to take a shower and prepare for bed. She could still hear the 2 naughty children's discussion from afar. "You little thing, you know magic too?" Only Raven did not eat bean buns as dry food. "What? Don't look down on me. Do you dare to compete with me?" Accompanied by the sound of a sword being drawn, this must be Damien, who practiced both magic and martial arts. Thea could not be bothered to listen to the 2 naughty children bicker. Both Raven and Damien knew their limits and would not get out of hand. She was very confident in this. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Jason Todd was young and had a strong will to live. He woke up earlier than Yao Fei. When he learned that Batman still adhered to the principle of not killing and did not avenge him, he left Gotham alone with a depressed expression. Yao Fei, on the other hand, was not as good as Jason in terms of age, experience, or potential. Thea had to treat him again before he finally woke up in 2 months. The father and daughter hugged each other and cried. When he found out about Thea's ability, he was also shocked. His reaction was similar to Death Knell's. He didn't expect Oliver's sister to be so powerful. In Raven's eyes, Thea's magic power was only passable, but in the eyes of ordinary people, she was already unbelievably powerful. The father and daughter reunited for a few days. Yao Fei knew that his daughter now had a job and a goal in life. He was very happy for his daughter. One morning, he left a letter and left Star City alone. Oliver, who she expected, did not appear. She couldn't ask Amanda. Thea had to pretend that she didn't know that he was still alive. She didn't know where Oliver had run off to. She had too many things to worry about and was quickly distracted by other things. Thea had been in the metropolis for a week. As an outstanding entrepreneur in the metropolis and even in the United States, the number of social events she had to attend was unimaginable. Most of the time, she could use her doppelganger to attend meetings while her real body slept at home. However, there were times when she had to be present in person. For example, the venue she was in right now was an internal meeting. The full name of the meeting was National Security and Superman-Related Affairs Committee. This was not a tea party where everyone invited Superman to chat and chat. This was a small meeting where a group of people closed the door to figure out how to deal with Superman. Regardless of whether she was a hero of the government or an outstanding entrepreneur, Thea had to attend this meeting. The outside world was sunny, but this place was deep underground. The walls were covered with lead for fear of being heard by Superman. Thea was dizzy as she listened to the speech of a certain general on the stage. What if Superman flies into this room and kidnaps one of us? Will he abide by the Constitution? Does he understand our democratic system? Do we have the means to protect ourselves? The impassioned general didn't expect anyone to answer him. His speech was extremely long, but to sum it up, he had to develop a weapon that could deal with superhumans. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep after fighting for his country for half his life. Thea had no impression of this person, but seeing that he was so scared that his legs were cramping, she knew that he was definitely not a good person. He had done a lot of immoral things. She wouldn't take a second look at such a person even if he died in front of her. Just as she was thinking about whether to have Chinese or Western food after the meeting, she felt a strange ray sweep across her body. Someone is going to deal with me. Thea's lazy expression immediately turned vigilant. But 2 seconds later, she found that the meeting was still going on as usual. No one around her noticed anything unusual. There were not many people in the meeting room who knew her true strength, but there were still a few, including Thea's old acquaintance, General Ryan, who was the vanguard against Superman. Seeing that she suddenly became vigilant, the old man was also a little flustered. He did not know what was going on and gave her a questioning look. Thea was a little confused. She was sure that she was not mistaken about the strange energy just now, but she still did not know what kind of energy it was. She wanted to look outside, but the lead in the wall blocked her view. She had no choice but to take out her phone and ask Digger, who was guarding outside as a bodyguard. "There's no signal?" Sia exclaimed softly. Including General Ryan, several people who had been staring at her also took out their phones. They looked up and found that they all had the same thought in their eyes. Why is there no signal all of a sudden? Their persecution paranoia was no less than Thea's. There was only one thought in their minds. Superman knew that they were having a meeting to discuss him, and he was coming to kill them. The eyes of several heavyweights caused the atmosphere in the meeting room to freeze. At this time, a consortium businessman who was talking about the dangers of Superman on the stage closed his mouth and carefully looked at the people below the stage. A few people who were slow to realize that there was no signal on their phones, and a panic spread among this group of elites. "Shut up, all of you, let's go out and see what's going on." The one who spoke was Thea's old acquaintance, Lex Luthor. But before he could take action, the door of the meeting room was slammed open. A large group of bodyguards in suits, guards in military uniforms, and secretaries in professional attire rushed in. Luthor's secretary and Thea's bodyguard, Digger, were among them. The group of people did not dare to be negligent. They jostled each other and ran out. "What's going on outside? Is the guy in the red cloak here?" A guy who could not keep his cool asked his bodyguard. The rest of the people, including Thea, listened attentively. The bodyguard found that n number of bigwigs who could only be seen on TV were staring at him. He told them the situation outside with a lisp. "There is a huge glass dome in the sky covering the entire city. Everyone's communication devices can't receive any signal. You will know the specific situation when you see it." Chapter 389. A glass dome? A bunch of people couldn't figure out what it was, and they all rushed out to take a look. They didn't know until they saw it, but they were shocked. Everyone went outside and immediately saw what the glass cover the bodyguard was talking about. They saw a sky blue cover standing outside the city. It was boundless and had no end. A few people raised their heads to look at the sky, but they could only see that the top of the dome was faintly obscured by the clouds. It was supposed to be working hours in the city, but at this time, everyone was stunned by the sudden change. A large number of citizens walked on the streets. Those who were slow to react were still looking at the horizon, and those who were quick to react were trying to call their phones. However, no matter how they tried, there was no signal on their phones. The crowd was filled with confusion. No one knew what was going on. "Mr. Mayor, the city's power supply seems to have stopped. The remaining power can only last for half an hour. General, the army is unstable, we can't contact the gas company, and the city's heating system will be down soon." The members of the Anti-Superhuman Committee could be said to be the current elite representatives of the metropolis. There were people from all walks of life in politics, military, and business. There were people constantly passing on the news. The leaders were all in a terrible fix. The key point was that they did not know what this scene meant. What they didn't know was that Thea had already guessed most of it. The strange energy ray and the huge glass dome. Others couldn't see it, but her eye of Horus wasn't limited. There were many glass products outside the dome, and there were all kinds of cities in them. Combined with the huge robot walking by not far away, Thea clenched her teeth. She was so F***king unlucky. This was Brainiac's collection room. The robot wasn't huge, but she and the others, including the city of tens of millions of people, were all shrunk. The opponent's ray shrunk in an instant, and then it changed space again. Under everyone's gaze, Thea couldn't fly, and she could only determine that they were on an alien spaceship. As for whether they were in the solar system, it was hard to say. Fortunately, Gideon's main program was placed in the power armor, and the armor was separated by a space ring, so Brainiac didn't notice. Otherwise, even Gideon on the Wave Rider would not be a match for Brainiac, an AI that had evolved to its peak, let alone the current Gideon. His consciousness was eternal, and he knew all the knowledge of the universe. In a way, Brainiac was an immortal god. Gideon could not take it out. Once he took it out, he would betray them without any discussion. It was not unreasonable for the high-tech planets in the universe to ban the development of artificial intelligence. Brainiac could easily think of 100 ways to deal with low-level artificial intelligences, just like how Thea dealt with ordinary people. Several government and business leaders initially thought that it was an experiment by the military. They pulled General Ryan's sleeves and spat on his face. The old man repeatedly explained and finally dispelled their suspicions. "Everyone, does anyone know what's going on?" General Ryan asked. He seemed to be looking at the crowd, but in fact, he was mainly looking at Thea. After all, she was the only supernatural person present. The old man did not take the initiative to talk about Thea's ability. It was not difficult to guess what he was thinking. In case the situation was extremely bad, he would let Thea save him first. If he exposed Thea's ability, a bunch of people would need to be saved. It would be troublesome if he didn't save who. There was no need to increase the number of competitors. A few people who had the same idea also stared at Thea with bright eyes. They all had the same idea, to ensure their own safety first. Thea chose her words carefully. She did not speak, but Luther did not plan to let go of this opportunity to be in the limelight. Let's go to my lab. My equipment has detected a ray, but the specific effect needs to be analyzed by the experimental equipment. Luther then raised his wrist and showed everyone the high-tech equipment he was wearing. Thea, of course, did not want to watch him show off. She cleared her throat and said, "Mr. Luther, there's no need to go to your lab. I'll tell you now." When everyone on the ground focused on her, she continued, "All of us, including the entire city, have been atomized by a ray." Atomization. The group of businessmen and politicians did not understand what this meant, but Luther did. His expression was extremely serious. The secretary sitting next to him also looked at Thea with a complicated expression. Luther's originally calm face finally showed a trace of panic. This field was too difficult. Although he had dabbled in a small part of it, he was still far from being a master. His smart brain was thinking quickly, and before he knew it, sweat had appeared on his forehead. Thea saw this scene and snorted. In fact, Thea did not know much about this field, but she had all the information and notes of the Atom Man atomizing people and then reducing them were the field of expertise of the Atom Man. In terms of intelligence, Ray Palmer was definitely not as smart as Luther, but Luther's research was too broad, while Ray Palmer only focused on one field. In terms of depth of research in the field of Atom Man, Ray Palmer was far better than Luther. "Miss Thea, let's talk aside." General Ryan and a few other high-ranking officials who knew about her abilities pushed Diggle, the black bodyguard, to the side as if they were fighting. They pulled Thea to the side to talk. The black man had served in the military for many years. Although he was now retired, he still obeyed the generals reflexively. Seeing that General Ryan was pushing him aside, he did not know why the old general suddenly used so much force. He was a little confused and looked at them from afar. "Is there any way to get me out of here? I have to report to the minister." "Yes, I have to report to the president too. I have to report to the Congress." A few people surrounded Thea and asked in low voices. "A bunch of rats." Thea despised them in her heart, but she did not say it out loud. She used her heart to feel the magic flow, and there was no problem at all. Although she did not know where she was now, she was not worried at all. It was just within the scope of this universe. The light ring allowed her to travel through the universe, and the divine bow and arrow could travel through time. She could not understand the feelings of these old guys. "Everyone, don't worry, listen to me slowly." Thea first calmed them down. Old Ryan was still okay, but one of the senior officials could not stand still. "Although it will be troublesome, I can send you back." First, she gave them a reassuring pill. Sure enough, when they heard her say that, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Their expressions were calm, their legs stopped shaking, and their teeth stopped chattering. "But I just said, maybe you didn't hear me clearly. I'll say it again, all of us, including this city, have been atomized. Do you understand what this means? We are now only the size of an atom. The outside of the city is not a canopy, it is a solid glass cover." Thea's words were like a hammer, hitting their hearts, and their faces became extremely ugly. Chapter 390. Thea ignored them and continued, "Even if I send you back, you'll still be in your current state. This is the power of science, not myth or magic. You won't be able to report this to the president because you're too small. They can't see you. The phone is as tall as a mountain in your eyes. You're probably just a little bigger than a microorganism. Even an ant is countless times bigger than you. Do you still want to go back?" Thea looked at them with a half-smile and said, "Your families are all in the city, right? General Ryan's daughter, Senator Harry's mother and son, and Miss Emily's husband. These people can't all live like microorganisms, right?" They fell silent. Thea didn't mention one thing, but they could all think of it. It was power. After all, the army couldn't obey a general who could only be observed under a microscope. The same went for the government officials. The voters couldn't go out and watch them give speeches with a high-powered lens. Then do you have a way to restore us to our original state? Someone asked Thea. First, I have to find a wavelength that can make us smaller. Then, I just have to set up an inverse matrix using the isotope principle. At this time, I can stimulate the atomic structure. In modern quantum mechanics, Alan Fest has a theorem. Okay, we get it. They quickly interrupted Thea's long speech. None of them cared about what the F*King quantum mechanics said. They just wanted to restore them to their original state. Unfortunately, their voices were a little loud. The rest of the people, including the bodyguards, also came over to listen to what they were saying. Thea was secretly pleased. Where did prestige come from? Wasn't it brought by turning the tide at a critical moment? This incident was very suitable. She could solve it with the theory of the Atom Man without revealing any superpowers. Everyone, listen to me. Today was not a formal meeting. Thea didn't wear her old-fashioned business suit. Instead, she wore a V-neck white shirt with a navy blue skirt and strappy heels. Now that she had put away her lazy aura, she looked like a sharp sword. Her cold eyes looked around at everyone. Everyone who met her eyes couldn't help but quiet down. Like I said, all of us, including this city, have been atomized. We need to maintain the order of the city and find a way to save ourselves. An old man in the crowd stammered, "Will Superman come to save us?" Thea almost gave in to the old man. 10 minutes ago, he was still incessantly calling on Superman to abide by the Constitution. He wanted to develop a weapon to deal with him, but now he thought of Superman. He picked up his bowl to eat, then put it down to curse. This person's skin was really thick. Can Superman care about everything you do? When the house caught on fire, Superman went to save it. Because of Superman's existence, we no longer cared about where the source of the fire was because of Superman. You don't have to follow the traffic rules when crossing the road. Superman will come to save her. She definitely won't die because of Superman. Everyone, I didn't see Superman anywhere today. We can only rely on ourselves. Thea looked at the crowd coldly. There was sparse applause at the scene. This group of people had not completely abandoned their integrity. After all, they were all here to hold an anti-Superman rally. It would be too ironic if they counted on Superman to save them now. Even the conceited Luthor clapped twice reluctantly. Between being rescued by Superman and dying, he might have swallowed his anger and chosen to live. But now that it was not a matter of life and death, he agreed with Thea's words. It was just a pity that he did not say it himself. In fact, Thea was not lying to them. She really did not see Superman in the city. She saw many acquaintances, such as Louise Ryan, who would appear wherever there was danger. She also saw the wife of the black man beside her, the mature woman of the Heaven's Eye Society, Lila Michaels, and her own subordinate, Poison Ivy. But as for Superman, sorry, she really did not see him. Miss Quinn, do you really have a way to solve the current situation? Luthor asked in disbelief. Although it's not a sure thing, but this is my plan. In order to boost the confidence of this group of people, Thea explained the process and principle of her anti-atomization to this group of people. The group of politicians and generals looked as if they were listening to a book from heaven. Their expressions were like, but Luthor really understood. Although Thea did not talk about the details, he knew that this plan was feasible. Moreover, it was a technology derived from the current level of technology on Earth. This made Luthor extremely unhappy. Superman was stronger than him, and he could say that it was because the other party was an alien. But now, Sia, an Earthling, was suppressing him in the field of science that he was best at. This was something that he could not tolerate no matter what. He was too proud to lie through his teeth. He only understood about 40% to 50% of Sia's theory, and he was wondering if there was anything he could improve on. Luthor lowered his head and calculated, trying to find the flaws in her theory. He had to save some face. Thea was not going to let him go. She asked slyly, "Mr. Luther, I heard that your scientific research ability is very strong. Do you think there's a problem with what I said?" Luther put his fingers on his temples. If he was in a wheelchair, he could play the role of a younger version of Dr. X. But no matter how fast his intelligent brain worked, he could not find the flaws in Thea's theory. In the face of Thea's question, he was forced to the edge of a cliff. His brain was almost smoking. Combined with his own knowledge, he could only conclude that Thea was completely correct. As for improving or going further, he could only say that it was a dream. No matter how smart he was, he would not be able to reach Ray Palmer's level without at least a year and a half. Luther's smile was uglier than crying. "I have no problem with it. Miss Quinn's theory is feasible." The few people who knew him all made unclear sounds at the same time. They looked at Sia and then at Luther. Luther relied on his intelligence and looked at these politicians and generals as if they were retarded children. Sarcasm were commonplace. From time to time, he would tell a few lame jokes that made these people feel awkward. Now, he actually admitted that Thea's theory was feasible in front of everyone, but he did not put forward any new ideas. What did this mean? It meant that Thea's scientific research ability was also redeemable. If they did not miss the opportunity, they were ready to talk to Thea about the new weapon. They were really fed up with Luther's constant show of superiority every day. Thea looked at the silent Luther with great satisfaction. Physical destruction was not a skill, but it was a sense of accomplishment to be able to knock him down in what he was best at. As for the fact that this knowledge came from the Atom Man and did not belong to her, Thea did not care. After all, no one would expose her. Besides, the Atom Man was still wandering around at this time. No one would have an opinion if he said that it was Thea's theory. Chapter 391. The few of them had been delayed for a while, and the city was already showing signs of chaos. "Everyone, gather all the men you can find and control the order of the city. We can't let those people take advantage of the situation. Then restore the power and connect all the power equipment to the new energy source of the Quinn Group. Use the traditional method to broadcast the TV broadcast signal to calm the citizens of the city. Gather the scientists in the city and design the anti-atomization device with me. Finally, if possible, we have to snatch this spaceship." Thea very domineeringly arranged the tasks on the spot. As for Luther, who always liked to be in the limelight, he was automatically assigned to the scientist camp. Her first few suggestions were still feasible, but when they heard that they had to counterattack the alien spaceship, they were stunned. "We're on an alien spaceship. Can we beat the aliens?" "I'm not a soldier, I'm responsible for logistics." A group of people was noisy, like a market. Even the bodyguards were a little flustered. For example, Thea's bodyguard, the black man Digger, had his eyes wide open and his mind in a mess. Thanks to Hollywood, when people talked about aliens in this era, there were dazzling special effects battles. The bodyguards really did not think that their small pistols could kill an alien, especially when there was a living alien like Superman in front of them. When they slowly quieted down, Thea explained, "Aliens are living around us, it's not strange, right? You don't think that something as bizarre as the shrinking of the city was done by mad scientists on Earth, do you?" Everyone shook their heads. They did not believe that Earth had such advanced technology. A few angry people even muttered that if it was done by an Earthling, they would beat the sh*t out of him. "You're all so flustered, let alone ordinary citizens. That's why I have to stabilize the situation first before broadcasting. Which one of you has a better idea?" Several people in power looked at each other. They were qualified to fight for the leadership, but they also hoped that Thea would save them at the critical moment. A few of them sensibly chose to wait and see. The rest of the people were stunned by the news. They had no idea about the leadership at all. Luther, on the other hand, had some thoughts about this leader. However, he had lost previously and his momentum had weakened significantly. He also observed that the other big shots were silent. Since he didn't know the inside story, he chose to observe cautiously. There were more than 200 bodyguards and soldiers in total. As for where to go first, Thea decided to go to the National Guard station first. The power was gone, and mobile phone communications were jammed. It was as if the whole city was under the control of the devil. The dark side in many people's hearts was growing rapidly. They had just arrived on the streets when they saw several robberies and murders. Kill one on sight. This was Thea's strategy. Since the mayor of the metropolis was not around, the deputy mayor and several councillors hesitated for a moment before shutting their mouths. Those who were able to serve as bodyguards for this group of people all had outstanding marksmanship. All the bad guys they encountered along the way were shot dead. When they arrived at the military encampment, they still ran into trouble. The officer of the encampment insisted that the Pentagon order the troops to leave the encampment. General Ryan spat on his face. Where was he supposed to find the Pentagon in this damned place? In the end, the old general, another lieutenant general, and 3 major generals jointly wrote a letter of guarantee and handed it to the officer of the encampment. Only then did they obtain the command of the encampment. Half of you will suppress the riots in the city. The other half will look after the armory. Thea's order was concise and comprehensive. There was no other way. There were always those who were not afraid of death and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to steal some advanced weapons. These people were hard to guard against. There were those who colluded with the outside world and those who openly robbed. Thea had to be on guard early. The command of the police station was obtained very smoothly. Under the deputy mayor's order, half of them went out on the streets and the other half guarded the armory, just like in the military encampment. Along the way, there were veterans who joined the team from time to time. General Ryan also pulled his daughter into the team. Sia asked the little death-courting expert, Louise Lane, in a roundabout way. Just as she had guessed, Clark Kent had returned to his hometown in Kansas for a vacation. He was indeed not in the city. It seemed that Superman could not be counted on for a while. Thea, what happened? Laura Michaels, the wife of the black man and the assistant of the Heaven's Eye Society's Amanda, found the team. Using the black man's connections, she squeezed to Thea's side and asked in a low voice. In the original timeline, her first marriage with the black man lasted very short. The black man's pride did not allow him to live off a woman for a long time, so they broke up peacefully. They only remarried when the black man joined the Green Arrow team. Now, with Thea's employment, the black man was doing well. Whether it was Amanda or Lara, they needed the black man to maintain contact with Thea. Although the couple's life was still a little bumpy, they were much more tolerant than they were in the original timeline. Thea could only tell her again in a low voice. Halfway through, Louise Ryan joined the audience, saying that it was the so-called reporter's right to know. Aliens, are we on an alien spaceship? Lara's ability to accept things was much stronger than a group of high-ranking officials. She instantly made a decision to stay by Thea's side and not leave. The black man did not know what she was thinking. He thought that his wife wanted to seek his protection. His masculinity instantly exploded, and he patted his chest to show that he would protect his wife. It was not easy to stabilize a big city with a population of tens of millions. Before evening, the chaos was finally suppressed. The hot-blooded people were beaten to death, and those with ulterior motives chose to wait and see. Thea first restored communication between her own people. Luther launched a small satellite over the city and set up a special channel to temporarily transmit communication information. Several of the city's main circuits were also connected to the Quinn group. The power plant was on the outskirts of the city and did not come at all. They could only rely on the new energy source developed by Quinn to supply the city's electricity. Using the broadcast room of the Daily Planet, Thea began to speak to the city. The reputation that she had gained in the metropolis was quite useful. Most people knew Thea and knew that she was a young and caring billionaire. You may or may not know me. It doesn't matter. But please listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Many people have questions. Where did the electricity go? Where did the communication signal go? Where did the city's water supply and gas go? Let me tell you. We were kidnapped by an evil alien. We were all shrunk by an extremely advanced technology and then locked in glass containers. Yes, you can see it now. It's not some special metal. It's just a $2 glass container that we bought from the market. All of us were shrunk. Her shocking remarks made everyone who was listening to her speech dumbfounded. Even the robbers who were clamoring for a large sum of money stopped their actions. This was too unexpected for everyone. What was the point of robbing when they had been shrunk by aliens? Chapter 392. The homeless man who was preparing to steal from the burger shop listened to the broadcast with the salesman. Several robbers with black masks and rifles also sat with the bank staff to listen to the shocking news. The truck driver parked his car in the middle of the road. The city was shrouded in darkness, and he no longer had to transport goods. The small shops were also closed, and no one would come to buy things today. The teachers and students in the school, the doctors and patients in the hospital, all quieted down, and several lunatics were also gagged. Only Thea's voice could be heard in the city. Thea left a few seconds for everyone to digest the news, and then she continued. The evil aliens miscalculated. They underestimated the wisdom of us Earthlings. A group of scientists and I are working hard to crack a way to restore everyone and the city to its original state. Just give us a little time, and everyone will return to normal. Thea's voice suddenly rose from low to high, and the residents of the city were moved by her words. Although there were still many people who were skeptical, the original low mood finally returned to normal. From the live broadcast of Daily Planet, faint cheers could be heard from some places, and Thea smiled with satisfaction. She was smiling, but there were people who were extremely displeased. Lex Luthor never thought that he would be automatically assigned to a group of scientists one day. To think that he, Lex Luthor, the smartest person on Earth, would be reduced to such a state. This made him gnash his teeth in hatred, and he wanted to bite Thea's smiling face. But no matter how much he hated, scientific research could not be improved. If he could, he could. If he couldn't, he couldn't. He worked hard to use his brain to learn, and he was so anxious that he lost a lot of hair, but he was only at the beginning of the path of atomization. If he wanted to catch up with Thea, who was backed by Ray Palmer's research, the most optimistic estimate was that it would take him at least a year of research. Therefore, although Ray Palmer was a joker, he was also a joker with a high IQ. His IQ was not as high as Luthor's, but the gap was not that big. Even the scientist from the 25th century, Reverse Lightning, praised him. How could Luthor catch up with Ray Palmer's 10 years of research by cramming at the last minute? Citizens, please remain calm. The law is still in place. The military and police are all on the streets. I have received the authorization of the Parliament to kill all troublemakers on the spot. Everyone just needs to endure for 2 days and maintain the stability of the city. I promise to send everyone back to Earth. Thea was using a tiger's skin as a flag. How was she going to get the authorization from the Parliament? However, it was true that strict laws were needed to protect the safety of most people, especially those in power in the room. Without laws and rights, they were nothing. Old Man Ryan had secretly mobilized the army. In peacetime, he could be executed on the spot. He had been feeling uneasy. Now that he saw Thea using the Parliament as a scapegoat, he felt much better. After the TV talk ended, Thea returned to reality. She still had to lead the group of scientists to study the problem of anti-atomization. Thea's words pulled Luthor back to reality. Mr. Luthor, how many space suits do you have? Huh? At this moment, Luthor's mind was filled with formulas and theorems. He had almost forgotten his surname. It took him a long time to realize that someone was calling him. He didn't know why she would suddenly mention spacesuits, but he still answered truthfully, more than 300. Thea nodded. She looked at everyone's puzzled eyes and said, the Quinn Group also has more than 100. If several departments in the city collect them, there may be a few hundred more. Everyone still didn't understand why she said this. However, Luthor reacted quickly. You mean the oxygen content in this spaceship is different from that on Earth? He really didn't pay attention to the oxygen problem. This didn't mean that Luther was stupid or Thea was smart. It was just that Luther had always lived on Earth. His inherent thinking didn't switch to space combat. Thea was different. She had fought back and forth at the Wall of Origin. She had the ability to survive in a vacuum. Naturally, she could think of this problem. Yes, Mr. Luther is right. We don't know where we are now. Superman won't come to save us. Thea looked at the old man who had called for Superman to rescue them. I don't think this spaceship is too big. I don't know if the oxygen in the spaceship is suitable for us Earthlings. If everything goes well, there can't be too many people who can return to their original state. They must be combatants. Only then can we successfully seize this spaceship. Luther realized that he had overlooked a lot of things. He took out some kind of instrument from his pocket and calculated. There's no need to check. I've done the math. This glass dome is using some kind of spatial knowledge. It's absorbing the oxygen from our original city. Now that we've shrunk, the oxygen consumption has also decreased. The oxygen in the glass dome is enough for us to use for about 10 days, Sia said slowly. Damn it. Luther did some calculations. Just as Thea said, he was completely speechless. He was one step too late. Originally, he did not take Thea seriously. Now, Thea's position in his heart was rising. She was no longer the dispensable heir of the nouveau riche group. 10 days. The heavy word echoed in everyone's heart. The task for you all is to stabilize the city. Search for scientists from various fields and select combatants. I estimate that the laser launcher will be completed in 3 days. When the time comes, we'll seize the spaceship first. Thea assigned tasks to these useless high-ranking officials. Then, she pulled Leon aside to talk. Luther wanted to hear what they were talking about, but he was stopped by 2 of the old man's fierce-looking guards. What's wrong? The old man was puzzled. Do you know who our enemy is? Thea asked. Leon shook his head. Thea did not want to keep him in suspense. It's a highly evolved artificial intelligence. It has destroyed countless planets. Superman's planet was destroyed by it. At first, the old man felt like he was listening to a story. But when he heard the last sentence, his expression changed. He did not know about alien space warfare, but it was not difficult to guess the strength of the enemy, especially with Superman as the benchmark. The old man did not know about the yellow sun. Combined with the fact that Superman looked exactly the same as the people on Earth, he automatically imagined a planet with 6 billion people wearing blue tights and red capes. Then, these people were directly flattened by a guy whose shadow could not be seen clearly. Damn it! How powerful is the enemy this time? He did not believe it at first, but when he thought of how the enemy took away a city without anyone noticing, which was a method only heard of in fairy tales, the old man's legs trembled like noodles. He was so scared that he could not speak. Thea did not know what the old man was thinking. Otherwise, she would have snorted. 6 billion Supermen? Are you dreaming? With such a powerful force, even God would have to run away if 6 billion Supermen came. Chapter 393. If Brainiac, whose main body was still in the depths of the universe, knew that Superman's father-in-law had such a high opinion of it, he would be laughing his head off. Thea didn't know why the old man's face suddenly turned pale. After waiting for a few seconds and seeing that he didn't faint, she was relieved. Right now, this spaceship is just one of the spaceships it has spread out into the vast universe. Its main body is still in the depths of the universe. If we want to seize this spaceship, we have to intercept its communication signals. Do you understand what I mean? Thea explained her intentions. The old man had just caught his breath. What the hell did he understand? Seeing his blank face, Thea could only explain again. Artificial intelligence is that powerful? The old man asked Thea uncertainly. Yes, all high-tech planets in the universe prohibit the development of artificial intelligence. I remember I told you in the Department of Defense, right? We have to intercept the signal of this spaceship as soon as possible. This step can't be done by machines. It can only be intercepted manually and it has to be done secretly. I need all the hackers under the control of the military to do this. We can't use civilians. This matter has to be kept secret. The old man finally understood Thea's general strategy and felt that it wouldn't be difficult to do. He had already transferred the garrison, so it wouldn't be a problem to transfer a few more imprisoned hackers. After the old man was sent away, the government personnel outside were ordered to leave. The power supply was limited, and food and drinking water were distributed according to the needs. In short, everything was done according to the disaster prevention plan. In the end, Thea led a group of scientists, including Luther, to study the problem of anti-atomization. At first, the scientists were not convinced by her leadership, but they were all stunned by the theories she threw out. Luther could at least understand 40 to 50% of it, and the others could only understand 10% of it. It was possible to copy the theory of Atom Man, but there were still many difficulties to be solved in practice. Atom Man's suit only atomized itself, so it was impossible to give everyone a suit. It had to be simplified based on the original foundation. Even after returning to Earth, how to restore Metropolis to its original state was a difficult problem for Sia. The few of them busied themselves for an entire night before finally deciding on a final plan. During this time, Luther had contributed quite a few ideas. This person was actually a very trustworthy person in times of crisis. At dawn, the blueprints were finally drawn. The group of scientists were all exhausted, and even Luther's big brain couldn't withstand the exhaustion of the whole night. He lay on the ground with his eyes staring blankly. These people's physiques are too weak, tsk. Although Thea had not rested for the entire night, her vitality was 1,000 times higher than these ordinary people. She could maintain this intensity of physical exhaustion for a year without rest. This was also the reason why she had been learning so much knowledge in the past few years and was able to achieve good results in every subject. Leaving the room of scientists to rest, she went out alone to find people to collect various materials. The one with glasses, collect 3 sets of everything on this list for me. The baldy in the corner, take 2 men with you and remove the launcher from the rooftop. Several high-ranking officials were resting, and no one dared to disobey her orders. Countless people were sent out by her to look for things. Fortunately, Metropolis was an international metropolis. No one would make things difficult for themselves in times of crisis. All kinds of requisitions and transfers were finally paid for by the government. Thea herself was not idle. She instructed the technicians to install the equipment, debug the circuit, and write the control system. In order not to arouse suspicion, she went to rest for half a day. The on-site work was handed over to Luther, who had recovered for a while. In this world, including Marvel next door, all people who relied on technological equipment, whether heroes or villains, as long as they did not want to expose their trump cards, would build equipment by themselves. They all had outstanding mechanical processing skills. Here, Lex Luthor, Bruce Wayne, next door, Tony Stark, were all like this. These guys could be thrown into an indescribable country and become technical backbones. All kinds of mechanical processing skills were at the level of proficiency or above. Thea had a good night's sleep. When she woke up, more than half of the equipment had been installed. Have we penetrated the ground under our feet? Thea asked the bodyguard, Digger. The anti-atomization could not be carried out inside the glass container. They had to go out. However, they could not simply break through the glass container. The air outside was not suitable for human survival. The slightest opening could kill tens of millions of people. Thea's solution was to set up a giant sealed chamber in the center of the city. They would drill a hole from the inside, penetrating the ground of Metropolis and the table where Brainiac's collection was placed. This kind of work was the old job of Quinn's team. All the construction teams in the city were recruited. They were busy for a day and a night. The ground under our feet has been penetrated. The table is almost gone. The bodyguard smiled bitterly. Tens of thousands of people working in shifts to compete with a broken table for a day and a night. This was something he could not have imagined a day ago. Thea was still worried and went to take a look. From her perspective, it was shocking. It was as if a bottomless hole had been punched into the ground. However, those in the know knew that it was just a hole in the wooden table, and it was the thinnest kind. It took another day to drill the hole and assemble the anti-atomization device. That night, Thea gave another speech on TV. The general idea was that the device was ready. Those who wanted to fight the aliens could come to the Daily Planet building to sign up. At first, the citizens were excited when they heard that the device was ready. However, Thea's words calmed them down instantly. What a joke. The first people to be restored would fight the aliens? In the movies, the aliens looked like idiots. No one was stupid in reality. The aliens were definitely stronger than the people on Earth. After half a day, more than a dozen people came to sign up in the big cities. No one fought for the chance to be restored first. Everyone chose to let others fight the aliens. This was exactly what Thea wanted. The citizens were in a mess and did not listen to her orders. They would be dead meat if they went out. It was better for them to stay in the glass container. 300 people were selected from the military, the bodyguards of the politicians, and the agents of the Heaven's Eye Society. Thea led them as the first batch of people to go out. Thea hinted to Poison Ivy and the others to hide in the crowd. She did not bring them with her this time. Her Eye of Horus had already observed that there was only one tracked robot on the spaceship. If it was a fair fight, Death Knell could kill the robot. It could be said that there was no great danger outside. Her operation this time was mainly for show. General Lane found 12 hackers for her. They were all mixed in with the 300 people. Their task was to manually intercept any signals from the spaceship. Everyone, take care. The 300 people boarded 3 C-17s and flew to the ground from the hole. Chapter 394. The members of the operation team said goodbye to their relatives and friends. The 3 airplanes flew into the hole, full of hope. It looked very majestic, especially when they passed through the bottom floor of the metropolis and the table. It was dark all around, as if they had entered hell. There were many strange creatures in the deep hole that emitted a faint light. Thea flew in front of the group, and the flashes at the tail of her aircraft pointed the way for the other 2 airplanes. Fearing that these people would be scared out of their wits, all 300 people had told them in advance that nothing they saw along the way was a threat. This was a hole in the table, not a gate to hell. Those creatures were all parasites and microbes. They looked scary, but it was actually because they had become smaller. Hey, are you scared? A bodyguard asked the soldier next to him. In fact, the soldier was also scared to death, but could he say that he was scared? In the future, if a certain captain was scared to the point of peeing his pants because of a table, would he still have the face to live? I'm not scared. The soldier gritted his teeth and said. In fact, most of the people on the 3 airplanes were scared to death, but the atmosphere was so strange that no one had the courage to admit that they were scared. After asking each other and encouraging each other, they finally passed through what they would later call the dark door, which was actually a wooden plank of a broken table. The airplanes shook slightly because the air content in the spacecraft was different from the glass cover. Fortunately, the 3 airplanes had been modified and tested in advance, and finally landed on the ground after an hour. Everyone walked out of the airplanes in spacesuits. Thea first arranged a few hackers to start intercepting the spacecraft signal. She pushed the anti-atomization equipment out of the airplanes. Who's first? Thea asked. Everyone looked at each other. Thea saw that no one said anything, and knew that they still didn't believe in this technology that only existed in movies. Then I'll go first. Thea was afraid that she would become bigger and trample them to death, so she ran away alone for a long time before shouting, "Start." The big black brother, Digger, aimed the probe at her and pressed the button on the device. An orange light that was almost transparent shot at Thea. Thea instantly grew larger in front of the 300 people until they could only see her calves when they tried to raise their heads. They knew that the device had succeeded. Leave 100 people to guard the machine and the cave entrance. 200 people, start the anti-atomization and come with me to seize the ship. Everyone hurriedly started the baptism of the rays while Thea looked around. Brainiac had a lot of things in his collection, and this was just one of the many spaceships he had. The 20 or so bottles contained the big cities of the few intelligent planets near the Milky Way. Some of the cities still had signs of life, while others were dead. Can these all be released? It was Lex Luthor who pointed at a pile of glass bottles. He was the only non-combatant other than Thea who was willing to come down. Everyone had a communicator in their spacesuits. Thea pondered his question and said, maybe. Luthor was left alone in front of a pile of glass cases to ponder. Thea began to assign tasks. She couldn't say that she had already scouted the spaceship. There was only one enemy on the spaceship, so she still had to go through the necessary search procedures. The spaceship wasn't small. It took 50 soldiers to cover all the paths. The remaining 150 people prepared their weapons and waited for further information. The gravity in the spaceship was lower than on Earth, but it wasn't a vacuum environment. Everyone could enter the battle after getting used to it. Commander, I saw a green crawler robot at the K2 entrance. This thing can move. It seems to be an enemy. These passages were named by Thea. The soldier who found the target couldn't be sure and reported vaguely. Thea asked him to continue tracking and didn't make any moves for the time being. After half an hour, there were no traces of the enemy in the remaining 49 passages. When she felt that the act was about done, she led the troops to the K2 passage mentioned by the veteran. After the battle between Superman and Zod in this world, ordinary people on Earth were much more accepting of aliens. However, they were still shocked when they saw the owner of the spaceship for the first time. Is this an alien or a robot? This thought appeared in many people's minds. The heavy crawler provided mobility, and its body was densely covered with wires and mechanical bearings. The overall shape of the spaceship was like a giant bug. Countless data lines extended from its body. Its head was in the shape of an inverted triangle, and its two infrared eyes were scanning the surroundings. It found us. Attack. Thea knew that things were not good as soon as she arrived at the scene. These soldiers knew too little about high-tech weapons. Thea found 4 or 5 detection ray devices at the scene. The enemy had already found out that they were being followed and was obviously waiting for them to fall into the trap. Intelligent artificial intelligence was too troublesome. Thea didn't participate in the battle. She contacted the hackers first. Is there any signal out? Commander, we've intercepted 14 signals. That's 15. The dozen hackers must have suffered a lot in the hands of the military. Their rebellious characters were basically worn out. Continue to intercept. Tell me when you can't hold on. Thea didn't say anything else. If they really couldn't intercept the signals, there was nothing she could do. Gideon didn't dare to take out his gun. Now, they could only rely on the hackers to simulate the spaceship's signal and intercept it manually. To deal with an alien that they didn't know the depth of, and to avoid damaging the spaceship, more than 100 M4A1s opened fire at the same time except for Thea and Luthor who were armed with rifles. Amidst the roar of the bullets, the robot calmly lit up its energy shield. The rain of bullets slanted and caused ripples on the energy shield, then disappeared without a trace. Use grenades. Thea continued to order. More than a dozen soldiers with grenade launchers aimed at the target at the same time and pulled the trigger. The rifle grenade with a tail flame hit the robot's energy shield. The power of the explosion caused a large amount of electric sparks to surround the robot. It was obvious that the robot's energy shield had a hard time withstanding these attacks. Paw paw. Paw paw. Humans were afraid of damaging the spaceship, but the robot didn't have such scruples. Flames flashed under its tracks, and 4 rockets were fired rapidly. The target was the crowd. At the same time, its mechanical arms changed rapidly. In a dazzling movement, 2 mechanical arms turned into gun barrels as thick as a child's arm. 2 ghostly blue lasers shot out from them. Digger, use the freeze gun. The freeze gun was very troublesome to make. Thea only made 3 of them. Moira and Felicity, who didn't have much attack power, each had one. The black man, who was her bodyguard, also took one. As long as it wasn't used often, the radiation wouldn't be too high. The black man was very excited to be back on the battlefield. He was full of a sense of mission. His tall body rolled forward and sideways, gradually approaching the robot. When the soldiers on the other side attracted the robot's attention, they jumped out and pulled the trigger of the freeze gun to the end. They aimed at the front and fired. Chapter 395. The robot was extremely sensitive to energy. It immediately determined that Digger was the biggest threat to it. The muzzle aimed at the soldiers quickly turned. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. A large amount of frozen gas was aimed at the ground under its tracks. Its body could be protected by the energy shield, but the ground under its tracks could not be protected. The absolute zero air froze the area a few meters below its body. Attack. Continue to fire. Its energy shield won't last long. Thea gave the black man a thumbs up for his battle wisdom. The robot had lost its mobility and was now a target. There were more than 100 people, and they could easily kill it. As if he did not want her people to be in the limelight, Luther winked at the secretary who followed him out. The secretary took out a lot of parts from the huge backpack behind her. Her movements were extremely fast. Dozens of parts were deftly assembled by her hands. In less than 30 seconds, a strange-looking gun was formed. The secretary picked up the black gun with force, and the two parallel rails flashed with dazzling electric light. Electromagnetic gun? Electromagnetic gun? Thea instantly understood the principle of the weapon and nodded slightly. The secretary aimed for a moment, waited for the electromagnetic gun to run, and then pulled the trigger. Thea's powerful dynamic vision could only see a black cylinder. It was pushed by the electromagnetic force and slammed into the robot's energy shield. The cylinder was pushed by the huge kinetic energy, and the orange energy shield lit up. The two sides were in a stalemate for a second. The robot continued to provide energy. Unfortunately, in the face of such a small amount of damage, its defense was too weak. Even if its total energy value was much higher than the electromagnetic gun, it was useless. With a "kacha" sound, the electromagnetic cannon pierced through the protective shield. The cylinder's momentum did not dissipate and directly hit the robot's torso. Unfortunately, it had already penetrated the energy shield, so its kinetic energy was exhausted and did not cause any damage to the robot. However, this was enough. Everyone's bullets rained down on the robot's head. The artificial intelligence also began to fight back. Infrared aiming, dynamic capture, 360-degree shooting. Few people who were targeted by it could survive. The black man with the freeze gun threw a grenade. The grenade did not explode, but turned into a large net with a lot of electric arcs in the air. Thea got the idea from the black manta ray beating up the Sea King with a giant net. It was especially useful against enemies with thick skin. The electric net covered half of the robot's body, and the electric arc instantly penetrated a large number of complicated and precise parts in the robot's body. Diggle continued to charge forward. His frost gun destroyed one of the robot's launch tubes, but he was also shot in the arm and was forced to retreat. The secretary wasn't having a good time either. She was being chased by laser weapons and all sorts of missiles. It had to be said that her skills weren't weak. She had to dodge and maneuver desperately to escape the robot's maximum shooting range. The price she had to pay was that her electromagnetic cannon was destroyed and her shoulder was injured. As for Mr. Luther, when he ordered her to shoot, he ran in the opposite direction to Thea's side. The two of them looked at each other and smiled brightly. As for what they were thinking, only they knew. There was no need for the two of them to supervise the battle. The soldiers and bodyguards at the scene fought bravely. After all, this was an immobile enemy. There were more than 100 people fighting against one. No matter how bad their morale was, it wouldn't be too bad. Send out interference messages. Thea ordered the hackers to create some trouble for Brainiac. A lot of useless messages were crazily poured into the robot's receiving system. Hundreds of windows popped out in a second, garbled emails, inexplicable installation packages, and all sorts of things that were not viruses but were better than viruses were all thrown over. This method was useless against low-level AIs. There was a language barrier and different coding methods. However, it was perfect against Brainiac. Every time this guy went to a planet, it would scan the knowledge of the other party. It could read all these junk messages. Even though Brainiac quickly chose to intercept the message bomb, part of its calculation was still taken up. This was reflected in the fact that its aiming and firing movements were slowed down by 20% during the battle. The soldiers seized this opportunity and fired hundreds of guns at the same time. The opposing robot didn't back down. Even though one of its launchers was destroyed and it was harassed by the junk messages, its firepower wasn't any weaker. All sorts of laser beams were aimed at the soldiers. For an AI, there was no such thing as marksmanship. Once it found a target, it would simulate the target's movement and fire. When the heat reaction disappeared, it would move on to the next target. If the heat reaction didn't disappear, it would continue to fire. Thea hid behind cover and watched. She didn't intend to help at all. One had to know that this was only one of Brainiac's billions of clones in the universe. Perhaps to balance the universe's energy levels, this clone had the lowest calculation ability and the weakest weapons. Even such a low-level robot was able to beat the elites of the metropolis. It swept across the universe and destroyed Krypton. Brainiac lived up to his reputation. The Black Man and the Secretary's spacesuits were damaged, but their breathing devices were fine. After some bandaging, they entered the battlefield again. The frost gun and the electromagnetic cannon that the Secretary had reassembled played an important role in restraining the enemy. Yes, restraining. The two of them weren't stupid. They knew that the enemy had a very sophisticated attack system. The advanced weapons in their hands attracted a lot of attention, so they didn't dare to stand out too much. The Black Man and the Secretary cooperated a few times and had a tacit understanding with each other. The two of them made full use of the robot's energy detection system. One of them attacked from the south and the other from the north. One of them attacked from the south while the other attacked from the opposite direction. The robot's weapon spun 360 degrees twice, but it still couldn't determine which one was more threatening. This rare opening was seized by the soldiers, and a rain of bullets rained down on them. The grenade launchers did not stop firing either. Incendiary bombs, armor-piercing bombs, and sulfuric acid bombs were all fired regardless of whether their attributes were right or not. The robot was really good. Faced with a barrage of attacks, it calmly responded. It took the bullets head-on and activated part of the energy shield selectively. However, there were too many people attacking it. Its body was riddled with holes. The AI inside the robot started to calculate crazily. It abandoned the damaged parts and replaced them with new ones. The weapon system and defense system were reassembled, and the robot was reassembled in the rain of bullets. Unfortunately, a good tiger couldn't withstand a pack of wolves. Every time it was reassembled, its body shrank by a third. Its original 5-meter-tall body quickly shrank to 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Finally, after 9 minutes of exchanging fire, the robot's mechanical tentacles were all broken. The inverted triangle's head was finally blasted in half by a grenade. The orange electronic eyes flickered twice before finally extinguishing. Thea's side lost more than 30 soldiers. Only a few were injured. The enemy's attacks were too lethal and too fast. Other than a few good fighters, most people were dead if they were targeted. The battle was over, but no one dared to show up for a while. No one knew if the robot was dead or not. Chapter 396. The scene was stagnant for a full minute before a few brave soldiers walked over and searched among the wreckage of the robots to see if there were any spoils of war. "Miss Quinn, don't you want to go take a look?" Luther asked Thea, who was far away from the battlefield. "After you, Mr. Luther." Thea wouldn't go over. She could tell if someone was dead or alive, but without Gideon's scan, she couldn't be sure if they were still alive. Thea couldn't go over, but she could command the others. "Abby, cut the red line on the wreckage that looks like an arm." "Joe, do you see the metal box in your left hand? It's probably an energy block with a weak yellow light. Take that off." "Pearl, that thing at your feet is dangerous. Kick it away." With her rich knowledge of mechanical engineering, Sia pretended to command the group of people to dismantle the wreckage from afar with a pair of binoculars. No one objected. In their eyes, Thea was a typical scientist. It was normal for her to command from afar. They didn't know that Thea, scientist, could kill hundreds of these robots in seconds. In the eyes of the soldiers, Sia was a beautiful woman, a rich woman, a scientist, and a leader. With so many halos around her, they didn't expect her to have much combat power. It was already very precious that she could go through fire and water with them. Everyone was under her command, and no one complained. Weapons system, communication system, energy supply. These should be enough, right? What do you think, Mr. Luther? Thea commanded with her binoculars. The robots on the ground were dismantled even more. She muttered a few words in a low voice before turning around to ask Luther. Now that everyone was in the same boat, Luther naturally wouldn't oppose her. He observed carefully and gave a few suggestions. Thea accepted all of them. She and Luther were now the kind of robots that could assemble. They couldn't assemble, but they could dismantle. It was still very easy. The principles of science were basically the same. No matter how amazing Brainiac was, he didn't have the love power generation technology. Now that the only enemy had been dealt with, everyone searched the spaceship twice. After confirming that there were no more enemies, they returned to the collection room and selected another 300 or so people. General Leon wanted to stabilize the situation in the city, so he gave the opportunity to his daughter to recover. Because of the one-day trip on the Kryptonian spaceship in the original timeline, it was messed up by Thea in this timeline. Now that she was in an alien spaceship, it could be said that this was Louise Leon's first contact with an alien civilization. She was extremely curious as she touched and looked around. 70% of the politicians had returned to normal. They rejoiced with each other and swore to themselves that they would never come to the metropolis to participate in the damned anti-Superman convention again. More than 10 scientists were also pulled out. This was their first time coming into contact with an extraterrestrial civilization, and they were extremely excited. The spacecraft's power system, shell materials, and energy weapons were all the focus of their discussion. The entire procession was very quiet. Only their chattering could be heard in the comms channel. At first, Thea refrained from interrupting, but later she could not help but pick out some things that were similar to the current technology on Earth and tell them about it. She had seen more spaceships than these scientists had seen living people. This spaceship's technology was very advanced, but it was only above average in the universe. After all, Earth was too remote, and Brainiac would not use an advanced spaceship to come to this area. Because of the success of the anti-atomization project, the scientists had already accepted Thea as one of them. They all humbly asked her for advice. 3 correct sentences, 4 wrong sentences, and the rest was nonsense. Thea blindly answered their various questions while leading the way to the main control room. This was not because she had foresight, but because a few military hackers had found this place by following the signal source. Pretending that she did not know how to operate the spaceship, Thea took out a tablet and recorded all the things that looked like words on the spaceship. She ran around with a group of scientists and used a few hints. After a series of brainstorming sessions, a simple operating manual for the spaceship was officially produced. First, adjust the oxygen content on the spaceship to Earth's level. Then, let's see how the synthetic food is made. We have grown bigger, and we don't have enough food. Let's see where we are. Are we in the Milky Way? What's the speed of this spaceship? Thea found a box and sat on it. She had become more and more adept at commanding people. A group of scientists and politicians did not know what to do, and no one complained when they were commanded. They each used their own brains to study the functions of the spaceship according to the operating manual. The oxygen problem was easy to solve. They just had to set it according to Earth standards. When the environmental test met Earth standards, Thea first took off the cumbersome spacesuit. This spacesuit was a life-saving equipment for others, but for her, it was purely a prop. She did not want to wear it for even a second. Seeing her role model, everyone took off their spacesuits one after another. A few leaders heard that there was no food on the spaceship, and they were not afraid of the trouble. They asked a few soldiers who had not recovered to their original state to deliver food to them through the glass container. Thea did not have time to worry about them. She was looking at the flight record of the spaceship. Just by looking at it, she knew that the spaceship had already flown out of the solar system. How far are we from Earth now? Thea could understand most of the text on the spaceship without the help of the light ring. It was basically the universal language of the universe. Luther did not have this experience. He was a pure earthling, but he was also very good. He had a photographic memory and memorized all the symbols. He even guessed about 60 to 70% of the text on the spaceship. At this time, he saw Thea frown and quickly asked in a low voice. Thea looked back at this guy, hesitated for a moment, and told him the truth. According to the flight record, converted to Earth's distance units, we are about 1.5 light-years away from Earth. Luther was speechless. 1.5 light-years did not seem like a big number, but the diameter of the solar system was only 0.003 light-years. This distance was endless. This spaceship can't take us so far away in such a short time, right? Does it have warp equipment? Something like space travel. A few senior officials were celebrating with champagne in the distance. The practical scientists were all nearby studying the structure of the spaceship. Now that they heard Thea's words, they were a little dizzy. A fat old man with round eyes asked. Professor Stein. Thea was the first to speak. This fat old man was none other than one of the Firestorm duo on the Wave Rider. It was just that at this time, he was not Firestorm yet. He had just met Thea yesterday. Thea was initially quite surprised that this big shot in physics was also in the metropolis. She only heard that he was here to attend some conference. Professor, you are right. This spaceship does have warp technology. Thea first gave them a reassurance, then changed the topic. But during warp, the spaceship designer designed it according to the body of a robot. This means that when the spaceship passes through the black hole, there will be a huge overload. According to the strength of the human body, we won't be able to withstand it. Thea handed her tablet to the few of them. This is the overload data I calculated. There will be about 200 G of overload. You know, our pilot can only withstand 9 G. Chapter 397. Some of them looked at her deduction process, while others lowered their heads and did their own calculations. Thea scratched her head. The speed of this spaceship could exceed the speed of light. Ignoring the energy consumption, it would take at least a year to fly back. The tens of millions of people in the glass dome could not wait for a year, and the spaceship could not fit 10 million people. The only plan now was to warp back to the solar system. However, only Thea could adapt to the powerful overload. Showing such a strong physique in public would inevitably expose her ability, which was not in line with her plan. What should she do? Thea was also in deep thought with a large group of scientists. The difference was that while the scientists were thinking about how to get home, Thea was thinking about how to continue the show. After thinking about it, she decided not to expose herself first. She contacted the nearby Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, and asked him to help send the spaceship back to the solar system. Just as she was about to put it into action, she heard the little troublemaker Louise Lane shouting, "Superman is here! Superman is here!" The surrounding people were very excited and asked, "Where is Superman? How do you know he is here? Are you in contact?" Thea saw this scene and was a little speechless. Louise Lane and Clark Kent were so close, but this group of slow people in the metropolis did not connect Clark to Superman. She really did not know what to say. However, it was a good thing that Superman was here. At least she did not have to waste a favor. Opening the Eye of Horus, Thea looked out of the spaceship and saw Clark, who was wearing a blue shirt and a red cloak. His eyebrows were furrowed, and his lips were pursed tightly. It could be seen that this old man had run away in order to save his wife. "Clark, it's Thea. The spaceship is under control. You can come in from the rear entrance of the spaceship." Thea originally wanted to discuss the plan outside, but found that Superman was no different from Batman. He could not communicate telepathically, so she could only let him in. Superman is here. Superman is here to save us. We're saved. When the people in the spaceship saw Superman enter, they were all excited. This made Thea a little depressed. After all, the people present were not ordinary people. Most of them were government military personnel. 60% of them were people who usually peed their pants when they heard Superman's name. Now that they were so supportive of Superman, it could only be said that Superman's reputation had been maxed out. You're unhappy too, aren't you? Only Lex Luthor would speak in such an eccentric manner. According to his heart, he would rather fly back to Earth directly than accept Superman's help. He, who was originally unhappy, noticed a trace of unhappiness on Thea's face. This kind of expression had appeared on his face many times over the past year. It was the kind of expression that would appear on Superman's face even after working hard for half a day. He, who was in the same boat, felt much better now. Luthor used his chin to point at Superman, who was surrounded by people. A perfect alien with a godlike character. People only worship strength and ignore wisdom and knowledge. Thea did not comment. She pretended not to know him and introduced the situation to Superman. Superman completely understood why she hid her true identity. In his opinion, Earth heroes like Thea and Batman did the same. They usually used one identity and another during battle. It was not a big problem. After listening to Thea's explanation, Superman said without hesitation, "I'll push the spaceship away." "Can you do it?" Thea secretly asked him telepathically. Superman could not directly reply to her, so he just nodded slightly. Thea thought about it and could not think of a better way. At worst, she could use the light ring to replenish him with some yellow energy. After instructing Superman to prepare in space, Thea began to calibrate the position. Brainiac did not care about Earth at all. It did not keep Earth's coordinates in its spaceship. Thea had to calculate Earth's position. Brother Superman was similar to Diana in the original spacetime. He clearly had the ability to travel through space, but he stayed on Earth for decades. Superman came so quickly this time because he relied on Louise Lane's locator to find her. Otherwise, he might not be able to find her even if he searched for her all over the universe. After calculating the position, the engine ignited and started. The spaceship emitted a huge tail flame and flew towards Earth at the speed of light. Superman waited for a while until the spaceship's speed reached its limit. Then he pushed the tail of the spaceship with both hands and relied on his flying ability to add a huge amount of thrust to the spaceship. 3 days later, when Thea announced that they were about to enter the solar system, everyone on the spaceship cheered. Few praised Thea, but many praised Superman. They did not know that if Thea had not sent a clone to recharge Superman with the light ring, Superman would have been dead from exhaustion. Superman did not enter the spaceship for 3 days because he wanted to help Thea cover up her secret. He did not want anyone to see his weak state. After entering the solar system, he returned to Earth directly. The few core members of the anti-Superman committee did not know the inside story. They were even more afraid of Superman, who had limitless stamina. "We will enter Earth's atmosphere in 3 minutes. Begin deceleration." Thea trained a group of scientists to be spaceship pilots. Several old men in their 50s and 60s were used to her command. They began to prepare for landing in a flurry. When they entered the solar system, the first person to contact Earth was Luthor. This guy had even launched his satellite into Jupiter's orbit. Following that, several military bigwigs and Thea also received feedback from their respective satellites. They contacted their subordinates and superiors respectively. Fortunately, the melodramatic scene of being attacked by a nuclear bomb did not happen. Thea's superior was naturally Comrade Moira. She probably knew what she was capable of. She had not heard from her for a week, but she was not very worried about her. She just said that she would pick her up at the scene and bring her a big surprise. A big surprise? What the hell was that? Thea did not understand, but there was no time to think about it. Before the spaceship entered the atmosphere and landed, Minister of Defense General Swanwick eagerly boarded the spaceship in a special plane. "This spaceship is intact?" The moment they met, the African minister pulled them into a small meeting. Before they could even sit down, he impatiently asked. The small meeting was really small. There were only 4 people, including Thea. They were all personnel who knew her true identity. Faced with the minister's question, the generals all looked at Thea. They could not help it. They were not as capable as Luther. Learning a foreign language that had nothing to do with Earth's language in the blink of an eye? It was too difficult for these old men. The damage is not serious. The weapon system and propulsion system are all intact. However, I don't recommend the military dismantle it. Why? The minister asked, puzzled. This is Brainiac's spaceship. The spaceship is only temporarily blocked. I can't guarantee that there are no other communication devices in the spaceship. You must know that this is a top-level artificial intelligence that has destroyed countless planets. Its technology is far beyond our understanding, Thea said very seriously. The minister was helpless. Previously, the Krypton spaceship was almost smashed into pieces. The military had been busy for a year but did not manage to get anything good. Now that they finally had an intact spaceship, it could not be moved. However, he still asked with uncertainty, "Is this Brainiac that you mentioned really that powerful?" "Yes. The guards on the spaceship this time are only one of its countless clones. In order to kill it, we sacrificed more than 30 warriors. It can make billions of robots like this. Once it gets serious, no planet in the universe can stop it." Thea had to break their fantasy. If Krypton could not stop it, it was even more impossible for Earthlings to do so. Chapter 398. The African minister scratched his head. In the end, he could only put the matter aside and restore the metropolis to its original state. In the week that they disappeared, the entire world's media went crazy. They could not cover up the disappearance of such a large city even if they wanted to. The other big countries said they were concerned, but they were actually enjoying the show. Thea thought about it, then called the minister to one side and whispered a few words to him. "What? There are aliens in the spaceship? How many are there?" General Swanwick was shocked. He was not happy at all as a minister. He spent his days wandering around the aliens. Those who did not know better would think that he was in charge of Earth's affairs with the aliens. Thea did a rough calculation. There were more than 20 glass domes, and the same number of alien cities. Although many life forms died due to environmental problems, there were still a few alien races that had strong vitality and persevered. They only lacked atomized equipment. About 100,000? Thea said uncertainly. Seeing General Swanwick's bloodshot eyes and trembling lips, Thea continued to explain. They are all cities that were taken away by Brainiac's spaceship. I took a look and they are all life forms in the nearby star systems. They are all intelligent life forms, and their technological level is about the same as ours. No, this is too big. Even the president can't make a decision. I'll report it. Let the people who should be worried think about it. The minister thought about it and knew that this matter involved too many people. He did not dare to make a decision and had to report it. Thea did not have a choice. Breaking the glass domes and letting 100,000 aliens die was a little cruel. Other people aside, Superman had been on a spaceship before. If he knew that Thea and the government had killed 100,000 aliens, he would immediately turn evil. The minister did not think too much about it. He just felt that killing 100,000 intelligent life forms with a single order was not in line with his morals. However, he could not just leave them be. As for how to deal with these people, he would leave it to the higher-ups to discuss. Thea didn't know that her casual suggestion made the president call for a meeting of the top 5 that very night. All kinds of advisors, think tanks, international experts, and former leaders gathered and discussed behind closed doors for 7 days. They still couldn't make up their minds whether to execute, expel, or take her in. Of course, this was a story for the future. Thea was very busy at the moment. The AI could easily take away the city, and she wanted to put it back in its original state. This required a lot of calculations, including the city plan, spatial coordinates, and the angle of anti-atomization. There weren't enough scientists on the spaceship, including Luther, so they urgently gathered the world's renowned scientists to calculate. Thea's old acquaintances, Dr. Sareth Stone from the Red House Laboratory, Reverse Lightning from the Advanced Technology Laboratory, and Psyker, were all forcefully pulled over by various organizations to help, regardless of whether they were willing or not. After working for a day and a night, the results were finally out. Connect to the glass dome of Metropolis. Coordinates confirmed, airspace is prohibited in this area. Activate the space stabilizer and equalizer. After a series of complicated instructions, Thea checked that there were no errors before giving the final order. Activate the anti-atomization ray. Different from the anti-atomization equipment they were researching, the built-in ray of the spaceship was at least 200 years more advanced than the equipment they had developed. A colorful ray shone into the glass dome, and the moment it shone, the space displacement was activated. The displacement coordinates were calculated by Thea and the others. The originally empty flat land was instantly filled with skyscrapers, the dirt was replaced by asphalt roads, and an artificial lake appeared abruptly on the flat land. Tens of millions of citizens had no idea that they had returned to their original state. Except for a few screeching zoo animals, it was as if nothing had happened at all. The people who saw this scene on the monitor were very excited. Yeah. Psyker, who was recruited, was a little excited. He wanted to find someone to high-five to celebrate, but he found that the people in the room were all old men and old women. The only three young people were himself, Thea, and Lex Luthor. Luther pulled a long face as if everyone owed him money. Psyker did not dare to provoke him. He gently high-fived Thea to celebrate. The city had returned to its original state, but there were more or less some flaws. Thea at least saw that the city's sewer pipes were off by 5 meters, various oil and electricity transmission, and the suburban roads were a little off, but these were not things she should worry about. Let the metropolitan government deal with them. Thea. Not long after they walked out of the spaceship, they saw Moira. The mother and daughter hugged each other warmly. Come and see who this is. Moira's face was full of smiles, and a young man walked out from behind her. Thea. The young man's temperament was calm and his face was serious, but he still showed a heartfelt joy when he saw his family. Oliver. Thea was really surprised. This was not an act, this was a real surprise. It was difficult for her to show such an expression, but after calculating for a day and a night, she was a little dizzy. When she suddenly saw Oliver alive, she could not control her emotions. I missed you so much. Thea hugged Oliver tightly. The memories of her childhood and youth were deliberately faded, but not buried. Her feelings were real, and so was her family. Thea was affected by her own emotions for a moment, and the corners of her eyes were a little wet. She only hated herself for not helping Oliver earlier. The family of 3 hugged each other and cried. Many scientists on the spaceship and many citizens who came to thank them when they learned that they had returned to normal silently watched all this. The image of a strong, intelligent, and caring girl came into everyone's eyes. This was the representative of the modern heroes of the United States. She was calm in the face of trouble, calm in command, and so humane. The onlookers gave the family of 3 their blessings and applause. It's a pity that her talent is wasted. She's a woman after all. Very coincidentally, there was also a family of 3 on Luther's side. Although he wanted to be in the limelight, he was an old man in his 30s. It was impossible for him to cry while hugging his mother and brother like Thea. Luther was very unhappy and left the scene with his mother and sister. It had been 2 days since Oliver returned to the United States. He also learned that his sister had saved the city. His heart was filled with pride, but it was still awkward to be surrounded by so many people. He hurriedly pulled his mother and sister and left the scene after Luther. Oliver did not know about the trouble his sister had caused in the past few years. As soon as her brother appeared, his name instantly appeared on the desk of many insiders. The government and the Pentagon copied his information from the Heaven's Eye Society to evaluate this person's future achievements and influence on Thea. Several heroes such as Superman, Batman, and the Martian Manhunter were collecting information on him through different channels. Several neutral or evil subordinates, such as Poison Ivy and Grutter, gathered together to listen to Death Knell tell the story that he and Oliver had to tell. Chapter 399. At this time, Oliver still didn't know that his every move had attracted the attention of others. When the family left the scene and was about to take the plane back to Star City, they saw the black-skinned avatar from afar. Thea knew that the black-skinned woman was expressing that she had returned a big favor, so she could only nod slightly to show that she accepted. Although Oliver wasn't strengthened, he was born with good eyesight. When he saw Avatar, he reflexively stood in front of his mother and sister and looked at Avatar vigilantly. Avatar was a little stunned, but she immediately understood that Oliver didn't know about her relationship with Thea. The more she thought about it, the more interesting this family was. She didn't talk to them and left alone with a faint smile. After returning to the Quinn family's old house and having dinner, Moira rested alone, leaving the siblings some space. "Let's go out for a walk," Oliver suggested. Thea nodded, and the two went outside. The two walked to the empty tombs of old Robert and Oliver. Thea didn't know how to explain. "I know something about you. Haven't I been on the island for the past few years?" Oliver smiled and said, "Yao Fei told me." "You don't know, right?" "He returned to Purgatory Island." Thea opened her mouth slightly. It seemed that Yao Fei's illness hadn't been cured yet. Why did he go back for no reason? This old man couldn't live a good life, right? Needless to say, since he had seen Yao Fei, he must have seen Shadow as well. Thea scratched her head. "I'm sorry. I did want to save you from the island, but I was delayed. No need to apologize." "I wouldn't have gone with you back then," Oliver interrupted her. With the grudge between the siblings gone, it was easy to talk. "Your skills are not bad. Did old man Yao Fei teach you again?" Sia had noticed this the moment she met him. It was hard to tell how strong Oliver was in the original spacetime, but Sia compared the Oliver in front of her with the people she knew. She felt that he was about the same level as Nightwing, or even slightly stronger. Talia was currently busy reorganizing the Assassin League. It was impossible for her to teach Oliver. Thea felt that the two of them might not even know each other. Then, combined with old Yao's experience of returning to Purgatory Island, it was not difficult to guess that Oliver had undergone new training. "You don't need to use those weird tricks of yours. Do you want to spar?" Oliver sent out a battle invitation. "I'm not afraid of you." After a few days of acting, Thea was itching for a fight. The siblings came to the backyard of Quinn's old house, where there was a large training ground. Unlike the original spacetime, Moira's physical fitness had greatly increased. She could also exercise her body at ordinary times. Thea recommended karate to her, which was easy to learn. She could crush ordinary people by relying on her attributes. She did not need to practice to become a master, but she needed to have the power to protect herself in an emergency. Competing in close combat? Sia watched as Oliver took 2 wooden swords from the rack. She had no objections. She coiled up her hair, rolled up her sleeves, kicked off her high heels, grabbed 2 wooden swords, suppressed her attributes to the level of ordinary people, and took a stance, waiting for Oliver to attack first. Oliver originally wanted to let his sister attack first, but when he saw her burst of momentum in an instant, he immediately changed his mind. Sharp, tough, and unrivaled could be used to describe Thea's momentum at this time. Although she did not attack, he knew that she was definitely a strong enemy just by looking at her posture. His sister was so powerful. The Thea in front of him was too different from the one in his memory. In the past few years, he had traveled extensively and seen a lot of people fighting, but Oliver had never seen anyone who could match Thea in terms of momentum. His competitive spirit rose, and he also became serious. Holding 2 swords in his hands, he cautiously observed, and then took the initiative to attack with his left hand and right hand. "Use your full strength." Thea casually parried Oliver's blow, and her right hand mercilessly whipped his arm. Oliver's reaction was very fast. His feet moved quickly, and his body moved horizontally. He cleverly used the wooden sword in his left hand to block Thea's two swords at the same time, and his right hand swept across her abdomen. Thea stomped on the ground, and jumped back a step. At the same time, her body turned lightly in the air, and her wrist slashed across Oliver's body. The brother and sister exchanged more than 10 moves with speed, and Thea was a little surprised to find that she did not have much of an advantage. Oliver's close combat was taught by Death Knell, but unlike Death Knell, who had a fierce fighting style, his personality was not so aggressive, and he was more inclined to defend and attack. While his defense was tight, his attacks were also very sharp. At this time, Oliver had not yet reached his peak, but he already had some of his own fighting style. It was not impossible for him to catch up to Batman in the future. Thea felt that her brother's attacks were not bad, but Oliver was shocked by her. That day on Purgatory Island, Thea had mostly used magic to deal with the three of them. Oliver really did not know that his sister was so skilled. At this time, Oliver had already surpassed Death Knell's old teaching, and had his own understanding of fighting. But no matter how he changed his moves, he could not break through Thea's defense. Thea sensed Oliver's competitive spirit, and secretly laughed. She did not want to beat her brother on the first day they met. After all, they grew up together, and their relationship was much deeper than Tommy's. In order to save Oliver's face, Thea secretly lowered her speed by 20%. At this time, Oliver was finally able to keep up with her attacks, and the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves before stopping. Thea finally confirmed her judgment. Oliver's close combat was similar to that of a Nightwing. Considering his outstanding talent for long-range attacks, he, with a bow and arrow in hand, was only second to Madame Shiva and Batman among ordinary people. He was slightly stronger than the Nightwing Talia. The siblings had no interest in continuing the fight, and strolled on the back mountain covered in leaves. What exactly is magic? Do you know, Constantine? Oliver deliberated for a moment, and asked a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Magic is an energy application that ancient humans summed up from the demon language and various otherworld creatures to find the truth of the world. Why? Did you meet Constantine? I don't know him, but I know that this person has a bad reputation and is not a good person. Thea was puzzled. Oliver should not know Constantine. Hearing his sister's evaluation of Constantine, Oliver thought of something and smiled bitterly. He is indeed a bastard. I met him on Purgatory Island. At that time, he was looking for a magic ball. Horus Magic Ball. Thea was shocked. Oliver nodded, as if that was the name. Thea's heart was in turmoil, and she did not say anything. She took the magic ball, traveled to 1918, and gave it to Madame Xanadu. Could it be that Madame Xanadu buried the magic ball on Purgatory Island after that? After circling around, the magic ball still ended up in Constantine's hands, and Zakong still knew Oliver. Fate's adventure was evident. Chapter 400. That night, Sia called Oliver and Moira together and gave them the super gene optimization fluid that she had developed. She also explained the usage and matters that they should pay attention to. She also gave Oliver the diluted god's blood that she had prepared before. As for how he planned, that was his own business. If he had to reject supernatural forces like Batman, Thea had no other choice. She couldn't press his neck and give him a shot, right? Everything was voluntary. The opportunity was given to him, and the choice was entirely up to him. Early the next morning, Thea called the mother and son to discuss. She wanted to return the shares that should have belonged to Oliver. Oliver insisted that he didn't come back for the money. But under Thea's more determined attitude, he finally accepted the division plan. Quinn Group could be said to be old Robert's life's work. After all, Thea was not his flesh and blood. Now that Oliver had come back, it was reasonable to return his share to him. Moreover, Thea had already obtained her doctorate. The transformation of the new group into a high-tech group was a matter of fact. Thea didn't want to have a doctorate and be followed by a lot of construction workers and bulldozers. That image was too bad. With Oliver's primary school degree and his muscles, he was quite suitable to be a foreman. The new division was very simple. The original Quinn Group's building parts were stripped and given to Oliver. In the next few years, there would be constant wars, and the construction team would definitely not have to worry about starvation. It was just that the work would be very cumbersome. After getting rid of the construction part, only the new R&D department, the medical department, and the new polymer compound department were left. Thea's wealth, which was originally close to Luther and Batman's, was cut in half. However, the staff was reduced by 90%, and the troubles were reduced by 70%. I'll let Oliver worry about the construction industry in the future. After 2 days of relaxing and happy days, the debate at the 5 permanent shareholders meeting finally spread among the higher-ups. Thea was urgently summoned to the Bat Cave. The P5 held a national meeting. Thea and the other heroes held a small meeting in the Bat Cave. Superman, the Martian Manhunter, Thea, Diana, and the landlord, Batman. There were exactly 5 of them. Thea had originally wanted to introduce the Martian Hunter and Diana to each other, but she did not expect that the 2 of them not only knew each other but were also quite familiar with each other. Come to think of it, it wasn't surprising. The Martian Hunter had been on Earth for 200 years, and Diana had also been in the modern world for more than 100 years. It was normal for them to know each other. Everyone, the Big Five, has been discussing the hundreds of thousands of aliens for 3 days. What do you think about this matter? As the convener, Batman was the first to speak. Let's heal their bodies first. I only glanced at them at that time. Many of them are already very weak. Superman was the first to speak. Only by confiscating their weapons can we provide them with food. The Martian Hunter also expressed his opinion. Thea and Diana also said something similar. The few heroes had similar views on this point. No one would say that they should kill all the hundreds of thousands of aliens. That would be too unjust. The initial plan was set, but there was an important disagreement on the follow-up arrangements. Superman, based on his own experience, believed that they should cultivate their feelings for Earth and even arrange a job for the aliens. The Martian Manhunter believed that they should be kicked out immediately. Diana, on the other hand, believed that they should be settled and divided into areas for them to live in. The 3 of them felt that they made sense. Their voices became louder and louder, but no one could convince the other. You met the president before you came? Batman watched them argue calmly. He was not anxious at all. He turned his head and asked Thea, who was also watching the show. Thea wanted to laugh when she thought of this. Mr. President actually thinks that we should settle the aliens in Afghanistan and withdraw the US military. I'm dying of laughter. Batman snorted. You're going to New York tomorrow. What do you think about this? Thea did not think too much about it. She said firmly, accept them. The future of Earth needs to unite all the forces that can be united. They are also intelligent life and are not much worse than us. She could not talk about Doomsday and Darkseid, but this time, Brainiac was also a big threat. Thea continued, did you see the robot on the spaceship this time? That was just one of Brainiac's countless clones. Krypton was so powerful, but it was destroyed. I don't think Earth can withstand it. Before Batman could answer, Superman, with his sharp ears, turned his head and asked, was Krypton really destroyed by that artificial intelligence? 70 to 80%. That's the result of the investigation by the Lanterns. There were many opinions about who destroyed Krypton, and Thea did not dare to say with certainty. Superman was immersed in the tragic death of his own kind. The Martian Manhunter and Diana were also not in the mood to argue. At the end of the day, they were all worried about nothing, and no one cared about their opinions. When Thea made it clear that she supported her lover, Batman considered carefully and agreed to Diana's relocation plan. It was a little far from the Martian Manhunter's goal, but it was still a compromise. He finally agreed, and Superman had no choice but to give up. The next day, Thea, who was getting better and better, had to go to New York to be questioned by the P5 and persuade them to pass the resolution. Professor Quinn. An old man asked first. Yes, Thea had studied hard for 5 years and finally got rid of the title of Mississippi. This incident had fully demonstrated her intelligence, and the title of professor in front of her name was well deserved. Can't those aliens be sent back to their original planets? Thea nodded slightly. Gentlemen, among the 20 glass domes, the results of our investigation so far show that only 7 of them still have signs of life, and their planets have long been destroyed. Collecting the essence of the cities and destroying the others' planets has always been the Collector Brainiac's policy. Currently, there is only one planet that has not been destroyed after being collected, and that is Earth. After dealing with them so much, Thea also understood the principle of getting along with this group of people. She had to tell the truth to Batman, and it was best to scare them. The older you are, the wiser you are. No one in this room is a fool. Sia's unspoken words are not difficult to understand. What does this mean? It meant that the aliens were still coming. These people all understood the principle of driving the wolves to devour the tigers, and the 2 people who were originally tough immediately softened. Thea finished her statement and left. The debate in the room continued for another day. After Thea slept, they finally came to a conclusion. They would be concentrated in the desert of Nevada, and a coordination and supervision committee would be set up to solve all the conflicts between the aliens and the Earthlings. The main person in charge would be Professor Thea. What was this? Thea was a little amused. A real-life version of Area 51? Chapter 401. The first thing Dr. Thea did after taking office was to set up a team of guards and coordinate the relationship. How to coordinate? By talking. The committee must have its own armed forces. After a few discussions, the maximum number of guards was set at 5,000. This would be the armed forces under the committee's control. Thea finally had some visible armed forces. After all, there was a limit to the bodyguard team. 100 people was already too much, any more would be inappropriate. Now that she had received official approval, Thea directly cleared more than 500 people from Death Knell's dark forces and joined the guards under various names. These people would be the backbone for a long time in the future. She did not let go of the few alien cities on the other side either. She found a city with the largest population, and Sia and Fiora mixed in with the atomization. She brainwashed a few leaders and made up a story that Fiora had fallen to another planet after leaving Earth and was later kidnapped by Brainiac. The future management committee would have 7 seats. The alien cities would choose 3 representatives to occupy 3 seats and the Earthlings would occupy 4. Thea would occupy 1 seat, the Heavenly Eye Society would occupy 1 seat, the government would occupy 1 seat, and the military would occupy 1 seat. Thea wanted to strengthen her voice. She wanted to rope in a few representatives on the surface and mix sand with the aliens behind their backs. She wanted to have this armed force firmly in the palm of her hand. There were many restrictions, but the benefits were also great. Other than nuclear bombs, all weapons could be installed. In order to prevent the aliens from having any special abilities, the Heavenly Eye Society also provided a portion of their secret black technology to support the committee. Anti-gravity miniature plastic energy network, electromagnetic signal isolation cabin, quantized cage. Both Amanda and Steve Trevor of the Heavenly Eye Society were quite cunning. They slightly twisted the decision of the higher-ups and provided Thea with defensive equipment. Of course, Thea did not agree. Now that she had the support of the P5, she could enter the president's office whenever she wanted. She wasn't afraid of the Heaven's Eye Society at all. Today, she could pull in a councilman, and tomorrow, she could pull in a general. The Heaven's Eye Society couldn't win against her, so they could only provide her with a blueprint for an advanced laser gun. Thea was still not satisfied. If she developed the finished product herself, who would it belong to? This was a scientific research mission, not a preferential condition. Then what exactly do you want? Amanda felt that Thea was indeed easier to talk to than other superheroes, but this was both a strength and a weakness. Other superheroes, such as Batman, came and went in a hurry. They would leave after they finished speaking. Who could sit in her office for 3 hours? I want to visit the Black Room, Thea stated her condition. Amanda thought about it and shook her head. No, no Esper can enter the Black Room. This is the iron rule of the Heaven's Eye Society. Sightseeing was just an excuse. She was just an ordinary person who couldn't keep an eye on them. She couldn't open her mouth. Thea snorted. In the future, the Heaven's Eye would meet a great enemy, and Constantine had gone in. She had never heard of any iron rules. These people would not give up until they saw the coffin. However, she did not want to push Amanda too far. Some of the things in the Black Room were indeed heaven-defying. Espers weren't allowed to enter. From a broad perspective, it was a wise decision. How about this? I won't go in. Help me take it out. I only want one thing inside. Thea took the initiative to lower her request. What is it? I'll say it first. I can't give you the dangerous things. Amanda was helpless. A superhero played administrative tricks on her every day and hit her soft spot. This made her want to die. The headquarters of the Heaven's Eye Society was right there. She couldn't hide even if she wanted to. Merlin's sword. Thea naturally wouldn't mention Dr. Fate's helmet, the heart of darkness that hid the eclipse of darkness, or the tank with the power of Godspeed. She didn't understand those things or couldn't control them. They weren't suitable for her now. If she remembered correctly, Merlin's staff was also hidden in the Black Room. She weighed the two weapons for a long time. In the end, she chose the sword according to her intuition. Merlin's sword? Amanda was in contact with these things every day. Although she was just an ordinary person, her vision was probably better than many extraordinaries. In her impression, these weapons were useless in the hands of ordinary people or even extraordinaries. They were only useful in the hands of people with special bloodlines. This made her guess about Thea's bloodline. Thinking that the sword was indeed useless, Amanda finally nodded and said softly, "This time, it's not the Heaven's Eye Society that's helping you. Remember, it's me." Thea smiled but didn't say anything. It wasn't difficult to return the favor. Amanda's ability to seek death was second only to Louise Lane. Superman wouldn't come to save her. When the time came, she could just help her. After waiting for half an hour, Amanda handed a long box to Thea. The call from the bloodline couldn't be faked. Thea didn't open the box on the spot and chose to leave alone, which made Amanda a little disappointed. When she returned to her residence, she opened the simple box. Just by looking at the surface of the box and the gorgeous decorations with a hint of antiquity, she knew it was worth a lot. She opened the lid and saw an almost transparent sword lying in the box. Thea grabbed the hilt and took the sword out. Her wrist shook lightly and made 2 strokes with the sword. Light and flowing, the toughness and hardness were just right. Thea sighed. Good sword. Thea had seen a few swords. Whether it was Diana's Vulcan sword or her own Godslayer, magic swords were all high-quality divine weapons and magic weapons. This Merlin's sword was slightly inferior to the previous swords in terms of material, but the touch of the bloodline made this sword in Thea's hands several times more powerful. It was a traditional English longsword, 90 centimeters long, with a cross-shaped handle and no extra decorations. As it danced, the transparent blade emitted a faint blue light. This was a natural reaction after it merged with the magic in the air. Thea injected her own magic into the sword. The originally faint blue light instantly turned dark blue, and the blade produced an invisible vibration. If one listened carefully, they could even hear a very faint chi-chi sound. With a light flip of the wrist holding the sword, she slashed it from the bottom to the top. A deep blue light flashed, and the metal frame 10 meters away was directly cut in half. Thea looked at the cut. It was clean and smooth. It didn't look like it was cut by a sword. Instead, it looked like it was cut by water, wire, or other modern machinery. She aligned the 2 ends and carefully observed it under the sunlight. The cut area was very small, and the sword light was as thin as a piece of paper. It easily cut through the metal. She injected her own attributes into the sword. Overall, the sword was very inclusive. There were only slight differences in each attribute. For example, the light attribute was faster, and the dark attribute was better at hiding. Chapter 402. In addition to this kind of conventional magic power attack, Merlin's sword also came with 2 advanced spells. Every day, he would cast Hailstorm and Greater Invisibility. Sia also knew these 2 spells, but using the sword to cast them did not consume her own magic power. In this real world, magic ignored both friend and foe. Hailstorm was not practical, but Greater Invisibility was a good spell for home travel. This sword also had a very heaven-defying attribute, which was that it contained a trace of the law of luck. It would subtly change the wearer's luck. Thea tried for a long time but did not see how effective it was. However, she still decided to wear it with the spirit of believing that it was real. In modern society, it was impossible to carry a 1-meter-long sword every day. Fortunately, her ancestor was a wizard god and not a sword saint. He considered this problem for future generations. The Merlin bloodline could turn this sword into an accessory. Thea chose a necklace. The cross-shaped sword shrunk and hung around her neck. From afar, it looked like a cross. Coordinating with a few alien city managers, Felicia did not need much effort. 7 cities were on the verge of collapse, and 3 of them were not even as civilized as the people on Earth. They were only at the level of the Renaissance. Felicia brought thousands of people into the city in atomized form, and all kinds of black technology were used, which scared the hell out of the people. There were 2 other cities that were similar to the civilization on Earth. However, they only had a few thousand people and did not dare to attack an entire planet. The remaining 2 cities that were more advanced than Earth had developed their own pseudo-artificial intelligence. However, they were now controlled by Brainiac. Before Thea and the others entered the city, they had just cut the artificial intelligence into pieces. Now, they trembled when they saw a tablet and had high blood pressure when they saw a laptop. Thea unexpectedly gained a lot of fear energy from them. It was obvious that these people were frightened by Old Boo. It was very easy for Fiora to blend in. She just had to rewrite the memories of a few people. They all agreed that Fiora, who had wandered to their planet, led them to destroy the artificial intelligence. They all elected Fiora as their representative and successfully helped Thea to get a seat in the committee. One of the government seats was confirmed to be held by Senator Joan Finch of Kentucky. This middle-aged woman was Moira's political ally, the rotating chairman of the Anti-Superman Committee. Generally speaking, she was quite friendly with Thea. The military representative was Thea's old acquaintance, General Ryan. Of the 3 alien seats, Thea had 1, the government had 1, the military had 1, and the Heaven's Eye Society had yet to be decided. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that Amanda's appointment was suppressed and Steve Trevor was appointed instead, perhaps due to consideration of the balance between the various parties. The government was mainly in charge of funding, the Heaven's Eye Society was in charge of high-tech weapons, the military was in charge of conventional weapons, and Thea was in charge of personnel. She did not stand on ceremony and directly promoted her bodyguard, John Diggle, to the position of military supervisor. Laura Michaels definitely hoped that her husband would be promoted. What kind of future did he have as a bodyguard? Even though she was Amanda's hardcore supporter, this didn't stop her from using her connections in the Heavenly Eye Society to convince Steve Trevor and obtain the approval of the Heavenly Eye Society. The military considered that Diggle was from the Kandahar Special Forces, and the government considered the black man's skin color. Many parties were very satisfied with this choice. The black man was like a slacker in the original Spacetime Green Arrow team. In fact, his military qualities were good and he was a standard soldier. Being a superhero couldn't bring out his strengths. Now that he was in high spirits, he led by example and trained the 2,000 soldiers recruited in advance in an orderly manner. It would take time to twist this force into a rope. However, Thea herself and the people she had promoted were in the open. In the dark, there were mercenaries controlled by Fiora and Death Knell. They could control this committee and even go one step further and develop it into a World Security Council like Marvel. As the future situation became more and more difficult, this wouldn't be difficult. Thea, who thought that she would spend the weekend in the district, received a phone call and rushed back to Star City by plane. She was back for the wedding. It was funny to say that it wasn't a young person's wedding. It was the wedding of Felicity's mother and Laurel's father. Thea wasn't too surprised when she heard the news at first, because she remembered that the two of them were a little interesting in the show, but it didn't develop into anything else. But in this space-time, because Felicity and Laurel had met in advance, their parents had also met in advance. One's husband was in prison, and the other's wife was divorced. The two middle-aged people unexpectedly hit it off, and they actually came up with a marriage plan. She rushed back to the Quinn family's old house. As the mayor of Star City, Moira had to be there to congratulate Detective Lance. As Felicity and Laurel's friend, Thea had to be there. Oliver had now reconnected with Shadow, and even Thea saw that he was living in Shadow's apartment. Of course, Oliver's excuse was that he was taking care of old Yao's daughter. Shadow was a Star City police officer, and as a friend of a police officer, Oliver had to be there. Although the family of three had different reasons, their destination was the same. They were going to the church together. There weren't many people at the church entrance, but Thea really knew a lot of people. At a glance, she saw a tall man in a well-ironed suit who exuded a melancholy aura. He was Bruce Wayne. "Why are you here?" Thea asked in a low voice. "Detective Lance invited a lot of police officers, and I'm considered one now. Plus, I know Laurel and Felicity too." Batman said arrogantly, and only lowered his voice at the last sentence. Thea took a closer look. It was true. Detective Lance was chatting with Gordon Sr. Beside them was a tall black man with a buzz cut who would speak from time to time. Judging by his rank, he was also a detective. "Who's that black man over there?" Thea didn't recognize him, so she turned to ask Batman. "Joe West, a serious and responsible detective in Central City," Batman said seriously. Thea understood. "Isn't that Barry Allen's father-in-law?" Detective Lance has quite a wide circle of friends. Thea left Batman the back of her head and walked to the side because she saw Felicity and Barbara. "Hey, how do you feel now that you have a stepfather and a sister?" Thea patted Felicity's shoulder jokingly. Felicity's face was hard to tell whether she was happy or sad. Her mouth was half open, and her eyes were not as bright as before. It was obvious that this sudden incident had caught her off guard. She wouldn't object, but she wasn't prepared to agree with both hands. More importantly, she knew Detective Lance and Laurel before, and now that they were suddenly family, the IT heroine didn't know how to react. Thea watched the scene with a smile. Felicity didn't know that Sarah Lance was still alive. When they fought Nandabart, they didn't find any trace of Sarah Lance. She must have been trained by Talia's sister, Nissa. Felicity was a few months younger than Laurel and 2 years older than Sarah Lance. When the three of them got together, it would be even more lively. Chapter 403. While the three women were chatting and laughing, Sia and Barbara were mainly teasing Felicity. Not long after, Laurel arrived at the scene. Beside her was Thea's other brother, Tommy Merlin. The two of them had trained well in the bloody Gotham. As criminals, the two of them had a stronger presence than Shadow in Star City. As the leader of the Raptor squad, Barbara naturally had to greet them. However, she stopped after taking 2 steps because she saw Oliver holding Shadow's hand and blocking the two of them. "Laurel, Tommy." Oliver didn't know how to feel when he saw his best friend and his former love holding hands. However, he couldn't pretend that he didn't know them. He went up and greeted the two of them affectionately. Oliver. Laurel and Tommy had similar thoughts. They didn't know how to face him. Although the recent news was covered by Thea saving the metropolis, there was still news of Oliver's return from the island. The two of them naturally saw the news, which was why they didn't return to Star City. Longing, guilt, old feelings, friendship, and love were all mixed together. Even they couldn't understand what was going on, let alone outsiders. "I heard that your brother is in a relationship with Laurel's sister." "How promiscuous." Barbara, who was watching the scene from afar, said to Thea with some dissatisfaction. "That's not even close." Thea thought to herself. Felicity from the original Spacetime, and Helena from the Raptor squad, who didn't come today, were all in a relationship with Oliver. These women all knew that he loved Laurel, but they all forgave him. What kind of F***king charm was this? Barbara said it was fine, but she didn't expect Thea to scold Oliver with her. Seeing that the atmosphere was too awkward, she quickly pulled Thea and Felicity over to join in the fun. With the addition of the three of them, the atmosphere became much livelier. These 7 people were more or less related to each other. Laurel was also uncomfortable with the idea of reorganizing the family, but she had always been generous and didn't reject Felicity. Felicity was a homebody in private, but she had been the vice president of the Quinn Group for several years, so she had no problem dealing with the situation. With a few jokes, there was a harmonious atmosphere between sisters. Thea, did you see Sarah when you went to Purgatory Island? Oliver pulled Thea out of the crowd and asked softly. Thea's high IQ allowed her to recall what had happened back then in a tenth of a second. She had rescued Sarah and then boarded the Wave Rider. The future Sarah had thrown her to Nessa. In other words, Oliver did not see Sarah on Purgatory Island. He probably did not know that Sarah was still alive. When it came to time travel, the Wave Rider, and a lot of other things, Thea thought about it and told the truth. I did see Sarah, but I ran into a lot of trouble later and got separated from her. If I'm not mistaken, she should still be alive. Can you use those spells to find her? No, I can only find you because of the blood connection. It's hard to find Sarah in a sea of people. I don't learn divination spells. Thea directly rejected Oliver's suggestion. It was not a bad thing for Sarah to have some training. She had stolen her sister's boyfriend when she was young. Thea had only helped her when she had met her sister. She had objected to it when Oliver wanted her to go out of her way to find Sarah. Hi, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. Are you looking for someone? I'm a crime scene investigator. Maybe I can help you. Before the siblings finished their words, a very magnetic voice interrupted them. A young man with a sunny face and a tall figure smiled and extended his hand to the 2 siblings. Barry Allen, Central City Police Station Criminal Investigation Division investigator. The brother and sister shook hands with him and introduced themselves to each other. They could be considered to have met each other. Oliver felt that the young man made him feel very comfortable and liked him a lot. Thea didn't know what to say. Was Joe West unhappy that Star City had been peaceful and stable for the past few years, and that Lance's salary had been raised a lot? Even Barry Allen, who had nothing to do with him, had been brought in to take advantage of him. In fact, Barry Allen was quite troubled. Joe West was kind enough to bring him out to meet his colleagues in the police system. Although they were not in the same city, they were connected, and there was no telling when he would need the help of the police department in the same city. At this time, Barry Allen, who was not the Flash yet, went to the crime scene to meet several senior police officers, especially Old Gordon, who was a big shot in the police field. When he found that he had nothing to do, he happened to see Thea and the other young people chatting, so he wanted to join in the fun. Thea didn't want to get too involved in the matter of the extreme speed, so she said a few words to him and left the conversation to Oliver, who was naturally compatible with him. After a while, Tommy, who felt that he was surrounded by women, also joined in the conversation. The 8 of them, 5 girls and 3 guys, started chatting. Ollie, is that your sister? The hero who saved Metropolis? After chatting for a while, Oliver and Barry Allen became very familiar with each other. Barry saw Thea, who was surrounded by the girls. Even though she tried to hide it, her temperament and demeanor still suppressed everyone. She was like the moon in the night sky, calm, reserved, and not to be ignored. Oliver took a sip of wine, his heart full of pride for his sister. Yeah, I heard that Metropolis has started to cast a bronze statue of her. That. Are there really aliens? I heard that they suddenly disappeared because of aliens. The entire city of Metropolis had disappeared for a week, and it was impossible to hide it. The American government wasn't that generous, so it was impossible for them to say that they did it. Aliens was their answer to the outside world. Barry had been investigating the cause of his mother's death all these years. That strange red lightning often appeared in his dreams, and he painstakingly searched for the answer, trying to find the truth behind the night of his mother's death. Being an excellent crime scene investigator couldn't help him find the truth, and at that time, Metropolis had suddenly disappeared from the world. During that week, Barry secretly rushed to the old site of Metropolis, which was tightly sealed, just to find the secret behind it. Aliens, just right, could explain his doubts for more than 10 years, but he only had one question left. Why? Why did they choose him? And not someone else? Oliver pondered for a while in the face of Barry's question. He knew some things about aliens. Thea was in charge of coordinating all the alien matters, and this matter wasn't hidden from her family. There were more than 100,000 aliens, and they wouldn't be confined to a small area forever. After dinner, Sia told her family about the aliens. She picked and chose some of the things she knew about them. At first, Oliver was quite devastated, but Superman could still accept it. After all, there was only one of them. Now that there were more than 100,000 of them, his worldview was indeed greatly impacted. Chapter 404. Barry, I heard from Thea that there are indeed a lot of aliens. They are intelligent beings like us, and they are even survivors like the citizens of the metropolis. Oliver told him some of the things he knew. He didn't know Barry's intention, so he didn't mention the specific number. The two had just met, so they didn't have much to talk about. Oliver had some reservations, and Barry wouldn't tell him what was on his mind. The two quickly moved on to other topics. Barry's imagination is not small. He can actually associate his mother's matter with aliens. Sia, who has been eavesdropping on their conversation, thought for a moment and threw this matter to the back of her mind. The one who should be worried is Reverse Lightning. It has nothing to do with me. The wedding was very warm. Although there weren't many guests, the atmosphere was very warm. Inspector Lance probably wouldn't have thought that an ordinary person like him, who had fought for the police all his life, would have brought half of the Earth's male and female superheroes to his wedding. At this time, Inspector Lance was in high spirits. He only felt that life was better than this. After the wedding, Oliver and Tommy walked together. The two friends had too much to talk about. Thea saw this scene and remembered something. She pulled Laurel, who was about to leave. Under Laurel's puzzled gaze, Thea handed her a silver-white suitcase. You know my ability, right? This is for Tommy. I didn't know how to give it to him. You can give it to him. Seeing Laurel's eyes change from puzzlement to surprise, Thea felt that she must have misunderstood. You think too much. Actually, Tommy is my half-brother. This thing was too difficult to explain. Thea felt that she would rather fight with Brainiac for 800 rounds than talk about such an embarrassing thing. It was all old Ma's fault. She vaguely glossed over the elder's matter and explained the injection to Laurel. If Tommy asks, don't say that I gave it to you. You know that the father and son's relationship is terrible. Now that things have just gotten better, if Tommy knows that his father has such a thing, the result will be very unpredictable. Laurel's not-so-smart brain thought about the relationships between them. She just wanted to say that the rich were messy. From another perspective, regardless of whether she chose Oliver or Tommy, Thea would still be her relative. Feeling a little dizzy, Thea took the suitcase and felt relieved. Like Oliver, Tommy could inject himself or give it to Laurel. It was his own choice. They were both adults, so Thea wouldn't interfere. After the wedding, the girls went shopping together. When they returned to Thea's secret base, they found that Oliver and Tommy were also there. The two of them said that they were there to learn from each other, but in fact, only they knew the meaning behind it. The girls were all in a good mood after spending a lot of money. Thanks to Star City's good public security, the increase in population naturally led to a flourishing business. Star City was already one of the few safe and stable cities. Who will win? Felicity, the only one who didn't know martial arts, bought the most things. After putting her things away, she saw the lively fight and whispered to Thea. To be honest, this was the first time that Thea saw Tommy fight seriously. With just a few glances, she knew that Tommy wasn't Oliver's opponent. After all, there was no internal force in this era, so there was no need to accumulate experience. There were only a few fighting skills. After learning them, how to use them completely depended on the individual. Death Knell's Kali martial arts were learned from the Philippines, but Thea was sure that the person who created this martial art couldn't beat Death Knell. This was the human factor. Oliver's fighting talent was extremely high. Later on, when Ninja Master gave up on Batman and wanted Green Arrow to be his successor, Oliver's personal value could be seen. Without all kinds of technological equipment, his fighting ability was only a little bit worse than Batman's. Green Arrow, as an ordinary person, was able to become the 8th most powerful person in the Justice League. It wasn't just because he was popular. His strength had been tested by history. Tommy's talent wasn't just a little bit worse than Oliver's. Even though it could be seen that Tommy had trained hard, and he had been through Blade Mountain Fire Sea Guild for more than a year in Gotham, his innate talent determined that if he didn't have any great opportunities, he would only be a second-tier hero. The most fatal thing was that Thea could see that Oliver had injected God's blood. His physical fitness alone was enough to crush Tommy. Theoretically, Oliver should be able to finish the fight in 20 moves, but of course, he couldn't treat his good brother like that. It was similar to how Thea fought him a few days ago. He slowed down a little, and the two of them seemed to have practiced quite well. Tommy turned around in the air, drew an arrow, aimed, and fired. His movements were very smooth and beautiful. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. Oliver didn't take it head on. Instead, he took a step to the left. What he didn't expect was that Tommy didn't care about his balance and shot another arrow in the air. This time, Oliver didn't have time to dodge. He could only grab the arrow with his right hand. He was still lacking experience. Thea could see that the arrow's strength and angle were perfect. Oliver was a little careless. He couldn't take it head on. His eyes lit up with a seemingly formless yellow light. Even though it was launched later, it arrived first and directly hit the arrow. Amidst the slight vibrations, the arrow disappeared into nothingness, as if it had never existed. The consequence of Tommy's arrow was that he fell straight to the ground. Oliver reached out and grabbed nothing. The two of them looked at the door at the same time. Only then did they realize that a bunch of women were watching the show. The two men were a little embarrassed. Oliver pulled Tommy up and said to Thea, "Your bass isn't bad." Yes, this was originally your bass. "Of course, you think it's good." Thea looked at him speechlessly. "Oliver, what are your plans in the future?" Thea still wanted to ask his real thoughts. After all, Star City had changed a lot. There were definitely criminals, but there weren't many of them. Oliver, who had been home for a few days, also thought about this problem. His original plan was to eliminate the bad guys in his little notebook. Killing to stop killing was his belief at the moment. However, under Sia's butterfly wings, Star City had changed too quickly in the past few years. Malcolm, the big boss, had disappeared, leaving behind only a few small fries. Some had changed professions, and some had gone to other cities. It could be said that not even a third of the people in his little account book were left. Moira was in control of the city. Although her influence in the dark wasn't as strong as Malcolm's, she could still deliver messages. On the surface, Detective Lance was cracking down on criminals. In private, Shadow and Felicity were helping. Star City's public security might not be the best in the country, but it was definitely one of the best. Shadow had also warned Oliver not to kill people several times. This made the Green Arrow a little confused. He had nothing to do. Especially on Gotham's side, Barbara had returned to Batman's team, and Laurel and Tommy had returned to Star City. The four heroes, 2 men and 2 women, were staring at each other. It wasn't easy to find someone to cause trouble. Chapter 405. It was as if God had heard them. In less than a week, Shadow, who was working at the police station, brought them some good news. Finally, a baddie who wasn't afraid of death showed up in Star City. They cheered. No matter what he was here for, they would beat the shit out of him first. He's called Brick Wall. Our limited information suggests that he's been secretly gathering the underground forces of Star City. The police tried to take him down once, but he seems to have an invulnerable superpower. In the end, he managed to fight his way out. Shadow gave a brief introduction. Thea had made it clear that her current area of protection was the metropolis. Star City would be left to the four of them. Shadow, Laurel, and Tommy chose Oliver to be the leader of this small team. Oliver didn't know if he wanted to look more compatible with Shadow or if he really liked color, but he still gave himself the codename Green Arrow. Thea, who had mastered a lot of advanced technology, naturally wouldn't let Oliver fight monsters in a green cloak with panda eyes like he did in the first season of Green Arrow. His high-density Kevlar suit was as good as Bat's suit, and he painted it all green at his request. His bow was a 150-pound American split hunting bow. He didn't want the high-tech skateboard arrowheads like Shadow's. He saw that Tommy had an arrowhead made by imitating Batman's hook gun, so he made a few of them himself to use on the road. The four heroes didn't let Thea join them. They rushed to their target location valiantly. Half an hour later, Thea. Come take a look at Tommy. He seems to be poisoned. Oliver hugged his friend and ran into the base, panting. Thea, who was developing a new armor with the body of the cheetah god, rushed out to check. He's poisoned, but you seem to have been shot too. Thea checked Tommy. His lips were purple and his face was pale. The wound under his ribs was bleeding black. It was obviously a gunshot wound. Oliver was shot in the shoulder too. He probably reacted quickly and leaned to the side, so the bullet grazed his shoulder. He just needed to bandage it. Why did Tommy and I get shot at the same time, but I'm fine? Oliver asked in confusion. What do you think I injected you with? It's just some poison on the bullets, humph. Thea said without turning her head. Tommy must not have been injected with God's blood, otherwise, he would not be in such a miserable state. Thea gently drew a line in the air with her finger, sending several mysterious runes into Tommy's body. After a while, she cast a spell and took out a light green water ball the size of a fingernail from Tommy's body. She threw it far away. Plant poison? Thea took out a bottle of solvent from her space ring. It was an antidote made by poison ivy that could cure almost all kinds of plant toxins. Now that Tommy's toxins had been removed, it would be a waste to give him such a big bottle. Thea gave him 2 drops. Seeing that his breathing had stabilized, she put him down and let him rest. Heroes? Can someone tell me what happened? After treating Tommy, Shadow and Laurel, who had taken a big detour to bring up the rear, rushed back. They all looked a little pale. Oliver and Laurel were both older than Thea, so they were a little embarrassed. Shadow whispered what had happened to them. In fact, their experience was nothing to write home about. It took them 25 minutes to rush back and forth, and less than 3 minutes to fight a real battle. They were beaten back by their opponents and driven back to their hometown. Brick Wall is that strong? Thea was in disbelief. Brick Wall in the TV series was a clown. He was so cocky every day, asking everyone to shoot him as a test of his endurance. Thea did not think that the new Green Arrow team, which was several times stronger than the original Spacetime series, could be defeated by such a simple-minded guy. We didn't fight Brick Wall, but he did use his body to block my arrows. It said that he's invulnerable. However, we were mainly defeated by a sniper. His marksmanship was extremely accurate. At least, I've never seen anyone with such good marksmanship. As the team leader, Oliver had to express his opinion. Oliver described the sniper's appearance again. Thea knew immediately. His marksmanship was very good. He had a high-tech infrared scope in his right eye. He was wearing a special bulletproof vest and had a silencer on his arm. Wasn't this guy Death Shooter? Why was he in Star City? And why was he with Brick Wall? Amanda must be really busy. It was a miracle that she did not try to catch him. Oliver did not ask for her opinion. He continued, I know the woman who made the deal with Brick Wall. Her code name is White Porcelain, but people who know her call her Canaway. She is the leader of the Triad. Sia's brain spun several times before she remembered who this person was. It was not her fault for having a bad memory. This person was really a minor character, and he was the kind of person who did not commit any major crimes but had committed a lot of minor crimes. She turned on the city's surveillance and pulled up the video of their battle. Looking at the white-haired Asian woman, Thea pursed her lips. Her skills looked mediocre. However, brick wall, white porcelain, and Death Shooter's team composition was very reasonable. Brick wall took the damage from the front, white porcelain with 2 short knives in her hands, and Death Shooter, who was a powerful long-range attacker. Compared to their team composition, Green Arrow's team was much weaker. 3 of them were archers, and there was also Laurel, who was just a bystander. It was not a loss for them to be defeated by the opponent. Moreover, Green Arrow's role in this team was not reflected. He lacked cooperation with the others. Obviously, they were stronger overall, but they were still defeated. The problem of cooperation was what Green Arrow's team lacked the most. Do you need my help? Thea felt that they probably did not need it, but she still asked. Oliver did not let her down. He immediately waved his hand. No need. We can solve it. What a joke. Green Arrow felt that if he was reduced to the point where he had to rely on his sister, he would not be a hero. He should just go back to Purgatory Island and fish with Yao Fei. Thea nodded silently. She did not participate too much in this matter. She watched as the others pulled Tommy, who had just woken up, to the side to practice. She continued to work on her armor. In her eyes, the brick wall was just a paper wall that could be kicked down with a single kick. Judging from his genes, this person should be a little mutated. However, his strong body also came with some side effects. There was something wrong with his brain. Green Arrow could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. There was really no need for her to worry. Her good days did not last long. Trouble came to her the next day. Miss, you may not know me, but Boss Merlin asked me to ask you for help, a middle-aged man with a somewhat valiant temperament said respectfully to her. I know you. I went to your bar to drink. Something happened to Malcolm? Thea narrowed her eyes and stared at the middle-aged man. Chapter 406. The middle-aged man was Malcolm's henchman. He was the owner of the bar Thea went to when she was drunk. He had left Star City with Malcolm a few years ago and they had never met again. Although she did not know the man's name, Thea knew who he was. Yeah, you really have good eyesight. The middle-aged man reached out and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He usually had the courage to fight with more than 10 people alone, but now he was completely defeated by Sia's scrutinizing gaze. He couldn't explain why, but it was fear. What the hell is going on? Malcolm asked as he wandered around the world in confusion. To be honest, Thea was a little worried about him. This world was too complicated. He was almost invincible in Star City, but he was not safe in the outside world. The middle-aged man did not dare to delay and told her everything he knew. Get to the point. Do you understand the point? Sia suppressed her impatience and listened to the middle-aged man talk for 5 minutes about what Malcolm had been through. He talked about how they had cut off the gangsters' fingers to get information, and how they had been chased all over the city by the local gangs. The middle-aged man rambled on for a long time but did not get to the point. We did not find anything important. Our boss did not contact me once every 7 days as we agreed. That's why I came to find you. The middle-aged man got to the point, and Thea breathed a sigh of relief. Malcolm's henchman was loyal, but his ability was not. You know about my relationship with your boss, right? Yes, you are father and daughter. That makes things easier. Do you know who Malcolm was in contact with in the end? The middle-aged man thought for a moment. I think he was looking for the leader of a brotherhood. Thea was speechless. There were many brotherhood groups in America, such as the Defias Brotherhood in the game and the Mutant Brotherhood in Marvel Next Door. The big ones could turn the world upside down, and the small ones were just a group of otakus. The Haitian Brotherhood. It's in a small bar in New York. The middle-aged man finally gave Thea a specific target. The Haitian Brotherhood? Is that where Midnight Daddy lives? Thea asked in confusion. Young Miss is wise. That's right, this is the place. The middle-aged man flattered. Father Midnight was a famous voodoo sorcerer in the dark world. He was both friend and foe to Constantine. He was not a good person, but he was not a bad person either. He was more like an information broker in the magic world. Thea had also spent a lot of effort to investigate the current mages, such as the infamous Constantine, Satana, the grand mages and grand alchemists of the Cold Flame Church, and naturally, this included Father Midnight. She had investigated them one by one. It had to be said that this was the end of the magic era. The glory of magic was far away, and technological products were everywhere. The amount of magic in the natural environment was extremely low, and magic had been reduced to an awkward state similar to martial arts. You don't need to accumulate, or rather, you can't accumulate at all. As long as you know the incantation, it's fine. Your spells aren't that powerful, and mine aren't that powerful either. There were powerful spells in the books, but not many people had the magic power to cast them. The most obvious example was Constantine. He drank, gambled, and smoked marijuana every day. He had never seriously meditated, but his spells were comparable to those of the grand mages of the Cold Flame Church. He was smart and quick-witted, but the other side was not much stronger than him. Thea had once peeped at Mr. E of the Cold Flame Church from a very long distance. This grand mage who never revealed his real name to prevent divination curses was 1,000 times more diligent than Constantine. He didn't eat in the morning. He changed his clothes and practiced tantric yoga. At noon, he practiced a kind of astral vision from the ancient Indian Sakti sect. At night, he even practiced the Taoists' 3 flowers at one's acupoint and 5 chi circulation. He practiced everything that was related to meditation. When Thea saw this scene, she burst out laughing. If it was in ancient times, practicing like this would definitely be suicidal. The speed of death was even faster than cutting one's throat with a knife. But in modern society, magic power was too scarce. Other than practicing until he became blind, the old man didn't have any great achievements. In the end, this diligent man was defeated by Constantine, who didn't practice magic. His soul was sealed in the sword, and he became a fake old man. From this point, it was not unreasonable to know that magic practitioners were rare in today's society. Every one of them practiced until they were exhausted. It was no exaggeration to say that in another 100 years, magic would completely enter the storybooks and become the existence of children's ravings. This was also the reason why Thea targeted Shah Zahn and Black Adam instead of these people. There were too many impurities in their magic power. Instead of absorbing their magic power and spending a lot of effort to convert it, it would be better to spend a few days in the sun and grow faster. As for the Midnight Daddy that the middle-aged man mentioned, Thea didn't care too much about him. Cold Flame and the others were still thinking about reviving the glory of ancient magic, but this guy was leading a group of street thugs to mark out a territory in the slums of New York to collect protection fees. Even if he had some hidden strength, it was limited. Under the middle-aged man's strange gaze, Thea's gaze left Star City and went straight to New York to search for this Midnight Daddy. After a little effort, Thea finally found this information dealer. At this time, Midnight Daddy was bare-chested, wearing a black trench coat full of bits and pieces, holding a cookery knife in his hand. His dark face was saying something to his subordinates. There was a bit of magic reaction. It was him. Thea set up a soundproof enchantment in her office, opened a blue portal, grabbed Midnight Daddy's collar, and pulled him from New York to Star City under the horrified gaze of his subordinates. Now that Thea's magic power had greatly increased, compared to the day when she rescued the former Minister of National Defense, her skills were also much more delicate. She no longer had the feeling of wanting to die after just one teleportation. Midnight Daddy's face suddenly changed. Although his face was extremely ugly, he still struggled to get up and waved his cookery knife fiercely, guarding against the enemy's attack. Unfortunately, he waved for a long time, but the 2 people in the room didn't show any reaction. Old Ma's loyal subordinates were scared silly. How did this person jump out? His view of the world was shattered into pieces. Thea, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude. She just wanted to ask a question, but this person was a bit overreacting. His knife was dancing so fiercely that water couldn't be spilled. She was going to wait for him to calm down first. At the same time, Thea couldn't help but complain, this guy was actually a black person. She had been in contact with too many black people. Midnight Daddy's wrists were sore from dancing, but the enemy didn't attack. Only then did he divert his attention to look around. The window was brightly lit. This was obviously a spacious office, and looking at the buildings outside the window, the floors were not low. In the room, there was a middle-aged man with a demented appearance and a cool office beauty. Midnight Daddy's head was a bit dizzy. This environment was not in line with his world at all. Did he forget to take his medicine in the morning? Why did he come here? Chapter 407. When Midnight's father calmed down, he quickly found the problem. This woman was too calm. She ignored his sudden appearance, ignored the bloody knife in his hand, and even ignored his fierce appearance. Considering all these factors, he had to come to the conclusion that it was this woman who had dragged him here. Just by looking at her with his eyes, he could only feel that this woman was extremely beautiful and had an outstanding temperament. But when he used the voodoo's secret technique to investigate, he was shocked. This person's magic power was so strong that it seemed fake. In this big environment, there was such a powerful spellcaster. Midnight's father suspected that the other party had used a camouflage. It was no wonder that he couldn't see through her. It was just like how humans couldn't see through gods. Although they both used magic power, Sia's life level was already higher than these spellcasters from Earth, not to mention her combat power when using magic. The transformation of divine power made her not leak a trace of magic power, and these spellcasters had mortal bodies. From the energy reaction, they were all like moving torches. Thin skin and big fillings, one shot to take them down. Today, Constantine despised this person who picked up the ring and mocked that person who took the cloak. In fact, he was envious in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Shazan's magic power. Who are you? Tell me the truth. Midnight's father felt uncomfortable when Thea looked at him as if he cherished animals. He took out a small piece of dried human jawbone from his jacket pocket and made a sound like some kind of reptile scream, trying to influence Thea's will. Thea scornfully sneered. She brainwashed this and hinted at that every day. She didn't expect that one day, someone would come to brainwash her. Look into my eyes, you demon bastard of God knows how many generations. This guy had some demon blood in him, but it was very thin. Thea didn't want to talk nonsense with him. She asked directly and threw him back. The Eye of Horus didn't add energy, but it was a complete emotional impact. The pale yellow eyes directly met Midnight's nervous eyes. The voodoo immediately lost its effect. Even a mixed demon could not withstand the strong emotional impact. No one was immune to fear. A large number of scenes that only appeared in nightmares surged into his heart. Father Midnight's willpower was quickly disintegrating. Just as Thea was about to ask, the trembling Midnight Papa took out a small charcoal figurine from his shirt. It was a simple action, but it took him half a minute to complete. Thea could have stopped him, but in order to see the magic of voodoo, she did not take any further action. Midnight wanted to crush the statue, but his entire body was trembling like a sieve. His hands had no strength at all. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his white teeth were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. His two hands gripped the statue tightly, and he had to use all his strength to break the statue. A light green breeze that mortals couldn't see swirled around his body. Sweating profusely, he finally escaped from the nightmare. However, due to the intense physical exhaustion, he couldn't stand up for a while. Good move. Thea's eyes lit up a little. The other party didn't eliminate it, nor did he resist it. Instead, it seemed like he had transferred his emotional energy away. Thinking of the many ways that voodoo and shamans had in common, Thea's mental impact was most likely transferred to places like the ancestral mausoleum. Others were deceiving their fathers, but this guy was deceiving his ancestors. Why are you looking for me? Midnight Papa was completely honest, especially after he used his trump card. He found that Thea was sitting on the high chair calmly. Her white jade-like fingers were still twirling the pen. She didn't take him seriously at all. If it was any other time, he would have already called for his underlings to draw their swords and kill him. But now, he couldn't see through Thea's depth. He wasn't a brave and fearless person. He had already decided that no matter what, he would bow his head and admit defeat. "I'd like to ask you something. Have you seen a man named Malcolm Merlin in the past few days?" Thea's attitude was very good. It could even be said that she was calm, just like how she expressed sympathy for the disaster victims in the metropolis. But this attitude made Midnight Papa almost vomit blood. He thought that she had a big grudge. He was prepared to bow his head and apologize, but it turned out that she just wanted to ask for information. Teleportation and mental impact, just for this small matter. "I have a phone in the bar. Can't you call and ask?" He was unhappy, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He had been wandering between black and white for many years. He was already past the age of hot-bloodedness. He thought for a while. "I don't think I took over. I need to go back and ask my men." Thea was very easy to talk to. "Okay, I'll give you half an hour to help me ask." "Thank you." His words were polite, but his actions were not polite at all. Sia opened another portal behind him and pushed Midnight, who was covered in sweat, back into the portal. What the hell? Midnight Papa only felt that countless fragments of space flashed in front of his eyes. After a tenth of a second, he bid farewell to the white and spacious office and returned to his dark basement. The only difference was that he was sitting on a chair. Now, he was leaning against the wall. "Papa, you." The hooligan who reported to him before didn't leave. He stared blankly at the invincible voodoo king in his heart. He disappeared with a whoosh and appeared again with a whoosh. Could it be that the boss had finally mastered his divine ability? His underling was dumbfounded. Midnight Papa was also stunned. After a while, he realized that he was back. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He felt that this basement that was full of the smell of blood and the howling of ghosts from time to time was really familiar. Fortunately, he himself was a magician. He didn't think that the previous scene was a dream. After thinking about it, he remembered that he had heard of Malcolm Merlin, but he had never seen him before. He woke his underlings up with two big mouths and asked them to immediately ask around. Whether this person had been here before, what he had said, the time, the place, the person's purpose, everything was clear. Midnight Papa worked in intelligence and had an excellent memory. He finally summarized the information of his underlings and thought back and forth about the benefits that today's matter could bring him. He sat alone in the basement and waited. When the agreed half hour was up, the dark blue energy door stood in front of him. Thea didn't violently pull him in this time, but made an inviting gesture. Midnight Papa took a deep breath and walked in calmly. When he returned to the office, the middle-aged man from before had already gone to rest. Only Thea sat there alone. "The savior of the metropolis, Dr. Quinn? You're not as weak as the newspapers reported. You've deceived everyone. You're the most powerful spellcaster I've ever seen." Midnight Papa was in the intelligence business. Thea now appeared in newspapers and magazines every day. There were not many people who didn't know her. It was just that Midnight Papa didn't associate the two of them before. They were not on the same level at all. What president? This was too far from his world. Chapter 408. The series of attacks had stunned him. Not to mention Thea, even if the president was standing in front of him, he might not be able to recognize her. But half an hour later, he calmed down. The truth was a little scary, but Thea was indeed someone he often saw in the newspapers and on TV. He flipped through a few newspapers. Smart and determined, calm in the face of danger, calm and collected, but there was not a single word about her being a supernatural. Father Midnight was so angry that he burned the newspapers in his hands. They were all liars. Those who appeared in the newspapers were liars, and those who wrote the newspapers were also liars. The most infuriating thing was that he had always believed in them. However, knowing Thea's true identity was of no help to his current situation. As a Haitian illegal immigrant, he could not call the police to arrest a billionaire with great influence in politics, business, and the military. In the end, he would end up in a bloody battle with the New York police in the streets until dawn. After thinking about it, he had no choice but to step through the portal and become an honest intelligence reporter. But before he spoke, he still pointed out Thea's identity in an attempt to salvage some of the disadvantages. Thea was indifferent. There were many people who knew her identity, and there would only be more and more in the future. She did not expect to hide it forever. Father Midnight was a guy without a residence permit, birth certificate, or payment record. It was impossible for him to report her to the media. Ordinary people and the magic world were assumed to be separated by a high wall, so there was nothing to worry about. Realizing that his words did not cause any psychological fluctuations in Thea, Father Midnight stopped cursing and told her what he knew. Croydon's compass? Thea crossed her arms and thought about the information Father Midnight told her. The voodoo warlock did not know how much Thea knew about the magic item. He explained in a low voice, the compass was made by an old bastard called Angus Croydon in the 1930s. He was a scumbag who died in the sewers. But it was said that his compass could find all magic items in the world. The most important thing was that ordinary people could use it. Old Midnight told Thea everything he knew. Thea felt that this item was a bit exaggerated. If it was really as heaven-defying as it was described, it was not something that an old magician who had died on the street could have made. You mean to say that Malcolm Merlin was looking for this compass at that time? Then he went missing? Yes, my information only showed that the compass was in Norway. After the deal was completed, he left New York. Even though Midnight's father wanted to be firm, he didn't have enough confidence. In the end, he was still a little humble. This old ma just couldn't stay idle. Back then, Thea tricked him into searching for his roots and ancestors, just to avoid a conflict between him and Green Arrow. She didn't expect that the old man had such a talent for detective. Relying on a mess of clues, he forcibly took a step from the world of ordinary people to the world of magic. Unsurprisingly, he was trapped in a small area. Thea did not feel the loss of her bloodline, and with Malcolm's resourcefulness and agility, she should not be in any danger for the time being. However, it would be hard to say if things went on like this. The local tyrant of Europe's magic world was the Cold Flame Church. It was a small sect that the four great wizards had founded together decades ago. However, the doctrine had become increasingly distorted and had become somewhat of a cult. The four founders were Mr. E, whom Thea had once spied on from a distance and practiced 18 kinds of meditation techniques a day until he went blind. Zatanna Zatara's father, the great wizard Giovanni Zatara, was said to be the direct descendants of Da Vinci. However, the old man had been dead for many years, and Zatanna was traveling the world to perform magic shows. As for the remaining two, one was the great wizard Sargon, and the other was the master alchemist Tanarak. These few were not like Midnight's father, who was a veteran of magic for decades. Thea could spy on them from a distance, but it was a bit impossible for her to open a portal and drag them out like she had caught Midnight. Voodoo was strangely stronger than magic, but defense had always been their weakness. Midnight's father was tortured by Thea. It was not that he was weak, but that Thea was strong. After all, magic was a systematic subject. Attacking arrays and defensive barriers were all necessary knowledge. It would be even more difficult to capture someone in their lair, which was heavily guarded and covered with countless defensive barriers, than to attack them by force. Thea opened a portal for Midnight's father. She did not say anything, but her meaning was very clear. It was none of his business, so he could go and rest. Who knew that Midnight thought for a few seconds on the spot? May I ask, where are you going to find people next? Switzerland, the headquarters of the Cold Flame Vatican, Thea said indifferently, as if she was not going to the cult's nest, but to the neighbor's house. Midnight's father only felt that he was too witty. From Thea's tone, he knew that she had nothing to do with the Cold Flame. Moreover, seeing her domineering, questioning him, the possibility of the two sides fighting was as high as 90%. That. Can I go with you? You still don't know, right? The current doctrine of the Cold Flame is to eradicate all magic users and collect all magic equipment. Thea looked at Midnight's father from top to bottom. This information dealer's magic was very abundant, only slightly inferior to Mr. E and the others. According to Thea's own comparison, his magic level was slightly inferior to her before she absorbed the Talisman of Isis. Although he had practiced for many years, if converted to the ancient times where magic was abundant, it was the level of an ordinary mage who meditated for 10 years. The only drawback was that there were too many impurities in his magic. Every time he used his magic, it would cause a burden on his body. After a long time, it was not rare to directly die while practicing. This was reflected in his lack of stamina in battle. He had to rest after using 2 big moves. If he did not rest, the magic in his body would cause him to faint from the pain. Midnight's father was a little anxious as he waited for a reply. Unexpectedly, Thea changed the topic and asked him another question. Are you willing to be my subordinate? Your body is full of hidden dangers. I can help you, and I can even help you improve further. Thea felt that this guy was a magic user. Together with Death Knell, it would not be too difficult for the two of them to control the Dark World's intelligence network. It was similar to how she dealt with Death Knell. She threw out a fake yellow ring and Midnight's father subconsciously caught it. 2 days later, I will lead a team to Switzerland. You can consider it. Wear the ring and you can talk. Of course, if you refuse, the ring will fly back to me. Thea finished speaking and threw him into the teleportation door with a magician's hand. 2 days. Sitting alone in the basement, Midnight's father quietly looked at the ring in his hand. Needless to say, this ring was not easy to wear. There were too many ways to control others in witchcraft. If he put himself in someone else's shoes, he felt that the price would not be small. The desire for power and the importance of his life made him hesitate. Should he choose to ignore Thea and continue to live, or should he take a gamble? Midnight's father did not make up his mind until dawn. Chapter 409. Thea sent the guest away and immediately summoned Death Knell and Poison Ivy. She asked them to take 300 mercenaries to Switzerland, where the headquarters of the Cold Flame Church was located deep in the Alps. Contact with the Sky Eye Society was becoming more frequent. All kinds of black technology equipment were secretly taken out in the name of the committee. That's right. Thea was cautious and prepared for both sides. The other side was reasonable and would answer all her questions. The probability of this happening was very small. The rest was to beat the other side into submission. If the other side had any resentment, she would directly kill them. A group of cultists, no matter how she looked at it, would not help the future of the earth at all. If the other side lacked magic and attack power, she would directly crush them. If the magic was strange and secretive, she would use black technology to force them. When it was close to the end of the day, the assistant reported to her, "A Mr. Barry Allen wants to see you." Thea did not know that Oliver had told Barry a lot about her. She just felt surprised that he would come to see her for no reason. Let him in. 3 minutes later, Barry Allen, who was a bit familiar with Thea, greeted her. She had to admit that this man was really charming. It was not his appearance that was charming, but his temperament was very outstanding. Thea had seen a lot of superheroes, and Barry's temperament was like a big boy with sunshine. Different from the sunshine Superman, Superman had a kind of radiant temperament. According to Luther's words, Superman was like God walking on earth. You would not think that he would eat, sleep, chat, or do other mundane things. You could only feel his tolerance of all things. Barry was much more amiable than Superman. The two of them chatted casually for a while and their relationship was greatly improved. "I heard from Ollie that you are in charge of the alien project. Is it true? Are there really aliens in the world?" Barry felt that they were almost done chatting and finally got to his topic. Thea was a little surprised. She did not expect that he was thinking about aliens. What if he was hot-blooded and drove an alien spaceship to the universe to find the murderer of his mother? Would she still want this timeline? She had to dispel his idea. Thea did not want to face hundreds of lightning bolts in the cracks of time. Thea turned her office computer 180 degrees. These are the 7 alien races that have landed on Earth. I can't tell you where they are. Their body composition, blood concentration, living habits, we've done a rough calculation. I can show it to you. Barry Allen took over the laptop. He didn't even bother to express his gratitude as he looked at it carefully. Although he wasn't as good as Batman and Luthor, he had a lot of knowledge, and it didn't look like he was struggling with the data. The more he looked, the more he frowned. Barry felt that these aliens were too weak. Judging from the data, some of the aliens were not even as strong as the humans on Earth. This was too different from what he had imagined before coming here, where they could fly and burrow into the ground. Dr. Quinn, do you think there might be an alien that has transcended the constraints of the body and moved around like lightning? Thea waved her hand casually. You and my brother are friends. Just call me Thea. As for your question, I can only say that it's impossible. The body is the foundation. No matter how small a creature is, even if it's a microorganism, it has a form. We live in a material world. This is the conclusion drawn by countless generations of human scientists. Please don't blaspheme it. Looking at Thea's serious face, Barry, who was also a scientific researcher, was in awe. This was the real demeanor of a scholar. For a moment, he felt that he was a bit stubborn. In fact, Thea secretly criticized herself. As a magic user, she pretended to be a scientist and talked about the great power of modern science. She was also helpless. The power of speed itself was against the rules of physics. Not to mention herself, even Newton couldn't explain it clearly. As for the lightning you mentioned, it's even against the laws of physics. As fast as lightning, it's just an adjective. It's too fast. Air friction alone can't solve the problem. So the situation you said is not caused by aliens. You have to be confident. Aliens are not stronger than us. Now, if the aliens on Earth don't have our help, none of them will survive. Don't believe the nonsense in those movies. Subconsciously, you automatically put the aliens in a very strong place. This is not right. In order to dispel Barry Allen's idea, Thea belittled the aliens. In her words, the hundreds of thousands of aliens were no different from Syrian refugees. If they were happy, they would be given something to eat. If they were unhappy, they would go up and kick them. Barry was a little confused. Were aliens so bad? Although he was kind, his identity as an Earthling still made him proud. When he heard Thea's speech advocating the invincibility of Earthlings, he didn't feel any disgust. Feeling that the doubts in his heart had been solved, he directly said goodbye and left. After pretending to be a believer of the Church of Science for half a day and fooling Barry Allen, Thea began to busy herself with other things. She didn't know how many days the trip to Europe would take. The affairs of the committee could be handled at any time. The heroes here in Star City still needed her to make some preparations. Each of them was given a portable energy defense ring. When it was activated, it could withstand the attack of an M4A1 magazine or 3 rifle grenades. Tommy returned from being poisoned and learned his lesson. Although he didn't know where the god's blood and gene optimization fluid came from, he still started to inject them. She was afraid that they would be seriously injured and she wouldn't be able to treat them in time. She also prepared a healing arrow for each of them. The arrow barrel contained a large amount of nutrients and a small amount of adrenaline. Even if they were poisoned or seriously injured, no matter what, they would still be able to run back on their own. 2 days later, Thea activated the advanced invisibility spell on Merlin's sword and went to Switzerland alone to meet up with Death Knell and the others. In the end, Midnight Daddy couldn't resist the temptation of power and put on the replica light ring. The emotional energy helped him to clear the excess magic impurities in his body. It seemed that the total amount of magic was reduced by 1/3. In fact, the magic application was more flexible and varied. Many witchcraft that required skills in the past could now be performed. It could be said that his strength had increased by a lot. Not bad. How are the preparations of our people? Thea looked at Midnight Daddy and nodded to express her approval. She then turned to ask Death Knell. Death Knell was the best at killing and arson in other people's homes. After many years of being a mercenary, he had heard a little about the Cold Flame Vatican. In his opinion, these people who played with magic were nothing much. Moreover, he had brought along elite soldiers with the best weapons in the world. Death Knell's expression couldn't be seen through the red and black mask, but his voice was filled with killing intent. Everything is ready. We can set off at any time. Good. Let's go. Remember, we are here to ask questions. Pay attention to your etiquette. Thea pulled Poison Ivy and Midnight Daddy into her invisibility spell. She looked at the 300 soldiers armed to the teeth outside the tent. There were 5 sets of exoskeleton armor and 2 M270 multi-barrel rocket launchers. Chapter 410. Thea's subordinates didn't really believe her so-called etiquette. Death Knell snorted, Poison Ivy chuckled, and Father Midnight thought of his own experience and looked at the valley in the distance with his hands clasped behind his back. Under the cover of the night, the group walked very quietly. The multi-barreled rocket launchers were left at the campsite. Its attack range was enough to hit the cultists. Thea didn't want the normal mercenaries to know of her existence, so the scene was completely under Death Knell's command. She made it clear that they were going to exterminate the cultists. The mercenaries didn't reject this mission. They could kill the good guys and beat the bad guys as long as they paid. The people of the Cold Flame Church might be good at magic, but when it came to building their base, they weren't even considered amateurs. Plus, they were used to being arrogant. They were the only ones who found trouble with others, no one ever found trouble with them. The group was vigilant for a long time, but there wasn't even a night patrol. The cultists occupied an ancient medieval castle. It was made of bricks and the thick wooden door gave off a historical vibe. At least, Thea felt that it was more than enough to film a night legend. Go knock on the door. Death Knell finally remembered Thea's order to pay attention to etiquette. He pointed at one of his subordinates and said in a low voice. The subordinate was a little confused. Usually, in such a situation, didn't they throw a grenade and then kick open the door and kill their way in? Now that they were fully armed, they had to knock on someone's door. Although he was puzzled, the subordinate didn't dare to disobey Death Knell's order. He went up awkwardly and knocked on the wooden door of the ancient castle. Thea looked at the scene of her men nervously aiming their rifles at the door and almost laughed out loud. If the people inside shouted, "Who is it?" and the people outside said, "Send warmth," it would be even more heartwarming. Unfortunately, the people inside seemed to be dead. The mercenaries knocked on the door for 2 minutes but no one made a sound. Others couldn't see Thea, but they could still see her with their imitation light rings. Death Knell gave Thea a look. What should they do next? Activate our Italian cannon, no, M270 multi-barreled rocket launchers. Fire 2 shots first. Thea said through the light rings. They looked at her blankly. Was this what you meant by etiquette? Death Knell nodded silently. There was no such word as fear in his dictionary. He gestured for his men to leave before taking out his walkie-talkie and ordering the M270 at the rear to blast open the door with 2 shots. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 M26A1 long-range rocket launchers, leaving behind a trail of red flames, directly hit the wooden door. When the rocket was only 2 centimeters away from the wooden door, a metallic copper light flashed, and the rocket was directly blocked. The violent explosion made the copper light flash desperately. When the smoke dissipated, everyone found that the door was intact, as if the 2 rockets had never appeared. The magic defense here was quite intelligent. Thea's interest was piqued. Knocking on doors wasn't affected, but when the energy reached a certain level, it would activate defensive magic. She had to admit that the original designer was a genius. However, it was impossible to stop Thea with just these 2 moves. Did you see that? The metallic luster on the door has dimmed significantly. Continue attacking. Thea ordered Death Knell. The M270 carried 12 rockets. Death Knell continued to order the rear to fire. At the same time, the mercenaries who carried anti-tank missiles also ordered them to fire freely. they didn't need to be restricted to the door. The opponent's defense barrier was a hole, so they could hit anywhere. In an instant, all kinds of rockets, missiles, grenades, and incendiary bombs were launched. The cold flame Vatican's defense barrier was indeed extraordinary. It could even be called an outstanding piece of art. However, the masters focused their attention on the spellcasters and ignored the crystallization of human technology. If Thea were to attack their barrier by herself, she would need to spend a lot of time to identify the magic array, analyze, and crack it. Even with the help of the Eye of Horus, she would need half a day to tear open a hole in the barrier. However, now that she was leading a large army, there was no need for her to waste her time. Those missiles and rockets were only a few $100,000. She spent millions a day researching power armors, so this amount of money was nothing. The ultimate masterpiece of human magic, the last piece of technology, the almost impenetrable enchantment, was finally broken by a group of soldiers. The heavy wooden door was blown to pieces. Death Knell held a grenade launcher in his left hand and a long sword in his right. He was the first to walk in. The group walked through a corridor that was not too long and came to the front yard. The night was here, and the low trees around were blown by the breeze. There was a murderous aura in the dark, and they could faintly hear the sounds of fighting coming from the building. What was going on? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. They had just come in. Was there another group of passionate guests inside? Regardless of whether there was a fight or a dance party inside, it had nothing to do with Thea. She was here to get information. She signaled everyone to continue walking. With a click sound, the floor in the middle of the front yard quickly flipped up. Under the twisting of the mechanism, a white jade statue of a middle-aged man as tall as a person slowly rose up. The statue was wearing a top hat and a suit. He held a cane in his left hand, and his right arm was stretched out at shoulder level. His 5 fingers were spread open, and he faced everyone from afar. Isufer. The voice of the statue sounded hollow and powerless, as if it were coming from somewhere underground. Although the voice was weak, the effect was surprisingly good. Many of the mercenaries took more than 10 steps back, and some even walked to the door in one breath. The originally neat formation was suddenly messed up. Death Knell and Midnight's father each took a step back. One of them relied on his willpower, while the other relied on magic to stabilize their bodies. Unknown vines crawled out from Poison Ivy's feet and firmly held onto her ankle. She did not take a step back. Thea also felt the unknown energy affecting her judgment. But now that her magic willpower had reached an extremely high level, she was able to break free from the magic's influence with a little effort. Irony magic. Thea could not help but look at the statue. If she was not wrong, this should be Zatanna's father. She did not know what method he used, but he actually left a trace of his mental strength and a small amount of magic in the statue, which was used to defend against all non-members of the Vatican. This spell was really ingenious. Magic was actually the power of language at the beginning. The father and daughter's irony magic had developed this subject to the extreme, and they had also created a new interpretation of it. With the help of magic, the impossible became possible, and the illusory became reality. This was the magical version of using 4 tails to achieve 1,000 caddies. A talent born 1,000 years later, Thea sighed. This guy lived in the Middle Ages, an era when the natural environment was still filled with magic. His achievements might not be lower than Merlin's. She did not know if Zatanna's father had developed the irony magic himself. She only remembered that Constantine and Nightmare Nurse could also use a few sentences. Judging from this, it should not be a bloodline magic. The old man should have some notes in the Vatican, right? After she finished her questioning, should she ask for the notes for reference? Chapter 411. The matter of reference could be done later. A group of people being forced to retreat by a statue was not something to be proud of. Some mercenaries suggested taking a detour and climbing over the wall from the side. Death Knell shook his head and rejected the suggestion. He had no sense of honor, but Thea did not think that she could be forced to retreat by the statue. She gave Death Knell a few instructions in the ring. When everyone was far away, Death Knell instructed the mercenaries to go forward one by one to test the power of the statue. Bullets were useless, so they were rejected directly. People ran faster and walked slower, but it was useless. Without exception, they were all forced to retreat. They wanted to consume the magic power of the statue, but Thea found that the other party had expected this. There was a magic circle at the bottom of the statue that could draw magic power from the earth continuously. If they wanted to exhaust the magic power, they would have to flatten at least half of the valley. Interesting. In a place where the soldiers could not see, Thea stood up directly. Irony magic was indeed powerful, but it was too inflexible to only say, no, over and over again. In terms of understanding of magic, Thea was not as good as Zatanna's father, but her means were not limited to magic. She could reject material energy and magic, but how could she reject emotions? Fear. A large amount of emotional energy shot out from Thea's eyes. Not only did she want to destroy the statue, she also wanted to observe the internal workings of the statue and use this opportunity to spy on the mystery of irony magic. The guardians of Oua could not reject fear, the gods could not reject it, and as a mortal, it was even more impossible for them to reject it. The ground where the statue was standing trembled slightly, and fine cracks spread all over its body. The statue's stretched out right hand directly broke 3 fingers, but it barely withstood Thea's first wave of emotional attack. Was it because the statue itself was not a living body? Thea understood a little, but so what? Fear covered all materials. Stones may not feel fear, but the trace of spirit left by the great magician could feel it. No one could reject fear. The second wave of impact, mixed with Thea's magic power and fear, directly crushed the statue's weak resistance. The jade statue's right hand was blown into pieces, and the remaining spiritual power was wiped out by the huge emotional impact. The invisible aura of the statue disappeared in an instant, and the jade statue seemed to be stained with a layer of light ink. The cracks became bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a pile of debris. It was destroyed so quickly. Thea hadn't even seen 30% of the statue before it broke. Needless to say, it must have been left behind by the old man. When the dust settled, Thea covered her nose and walked in gloomily. The mercenaries could not see this invisible confrontation, they only felt that the statue had mysteriously exploded on its own. Under Death Knell's reprimand, they regrouped and rushed into the courtyard. The atrium was much wider than the vestibule, and the ground was laid out very neatly. It could be seen that the original owner of the castle had used this place as a training ground. Not far away, there were a few archery targets and straw figurines used for training. However, these things had now been moved away. As far as the eye could see, there were hundreds of evil cult members wearing red robes with their arms exposed. Their faces and bodies were full of decorative patterns, and they were killing each other. Thea originally thought that this group of people was very diligent, practicing martial arts without sleeping at night, but after looking at them for 3 seconds, she knew that she was wrong. There were already more than a dozen people lying on the ground, and there were still people joining the ranks, becoming quiet corpses. Among the crowd, there were 4 people who were particularly eye-catching. A brown-skinned woman with a nose ring was attacking an old man with a long beard. Another guy, who was as thin as a stick, was holding a red sword with his shirt open. He was fiercely slashing Mr. E, who was practicing so hard that his glasses were blinded. It was not difficult to tell that the woman and the thin man were in the same group, and the old man and Mr. E were in the same group. However, Thea had seen the photos of the 3 people before. Other than the dead Zatanna's father, they were the remaining 3 founders. But where did this woman with a nose ring come from? Are you the one who released the charm pheromone? Thea and the other 300 people entered the courtyard and found that this group of people was in full swing, and no one was paying attention to them, so they asked Poison Vine with some doubts. I don't even know them. How could it be me? Poison Vine rolled her beautiful eyes. That was strange. Thea could not figure out what they were doing. Based on the principle that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, she thought that she might as well ask them after they finished fighting. The 300 people were prepared to watch the show. It was a good plan, but unfortunately, although the other party was a cult member who had lost their minds, they were not blind. The people holding the machetes could not help but be attracted to them. In fact, it was impossible for so many of them not to be noticed. They all swaggered in, and in order to ensure that they were strong enough, there were also 5 mercenaries who had undergone genetic clinical experiments. They deliberately put on the exoskeleton armor newly developed by the committee. Excluding Thea, Batman, and Luther who had cheats, the exoskeleton armor was the latest equipment developed by human scientists, which incorporated alien technology. The exoskeleton armor was not strengthened in other aspects, but it was equipped with a Vulcan cannon in each hand, and the ammunition it carried with it was enough for them to fire at full capacity for 10 minutes. The committee made a total of 10 sets, and now Thea brought 5 of them to the cult's lair under the pretext of testing their performance. The 5 sets of exoskeleton armor were extremely heavy, and when they walked on the ground, they made a dong-dong sound. There were many torches in the atrium, and the light from the fire reflected on the black metal creation, making it even more breathtaking. The cult members slowly quieted down and stood on 2 sides. Those who were not clear-headed stood in front, gritting their teeth, and those who had some intelligence hid behind the human wall. The 4 people in the center of the battle were relatively clear-headed. They looked at each other, and there was only one meaning in their eyes. "Are these the reinforcements you found?" However, they found that their eyes were full of confusion, which confused the 4. An old man with a long beard and a white headscarf, dressed like an Indian, was seriously injured. His purple eyes flashed as he tried to find an opportunity to escape. Mr. E, who was blind, knew the truth better because his astral vision allowed him to see Thea and the other 2 in a high-level state of invisibility. He was a little afraid of Midnight's ink-black magic power, but he felt that he could win with a little effort. Poison Ivy was a mass of green energy under his astral vision. There was no circulation in her body and no blood flow. Was she a human? Was she some kind of summoned creature? Such a strange life form made him a little uncertain. As for Thea, who was in the middle, she was a living source of magic power in his eyes, a bottomless well. She looked calm on the surface, but when she was angry, no one could withstand it. Such a powerful force made Mr. E a little confused. Although he could feel Thea's breathing and heartbeat, he felt that she was not human. Was she an angel from the upper world? The blind old man, Mr. E, automatically stood at the end. He was ready to let a few of his former companions test the strength of this group of people. Chapter 412. Both of them stepped back for their own reasons. The woman with the nose ring and the tall and thin man looked at each other. The tall and thin man also stepped back quietly and signaled the woman with the nose ring to go forward and ask the question. "What are you here for?" The girl didn't know what the old men were afraid of. She stood out fearlessly and questioned them sternly. She seemed to be the leader, Death Knell. TSK. Thea took a few glances. This guy was definitely a non-mainstream. His skin was as rough as sandpaper. His nose piercing, eyebrow piercing and lip piercing were all over his body. There were even more shiny accessories on his body that jingled as he walked. His clothes were either torn during the fight or they were originally like that. They hung on his body in tatters. His brown skin gave off a vicious aura under the firelight. "We are here to ask for information. There is a person called." Death Knell was interrupted by the nose-pierced girl before he could finish his sentence. "You came here to look for someone?" Haha. She laughed heartily, and the cultists who supported her around her all grinned as well. "We only have dead people here." The nose-pierced girl didn't feel any magic from Death Knell. This person was like an ant to her. She mocked him without restraint. Death Knell had been in the underworld for many years and had seen all kinds of weirdos. He wasn't angry. He glanced at Thea from the corner of his eyes. What should he do next? Thea was unhappy. This guy looked like a hippopotamus and his strength was weak. Furthermore, he was so non-mainstream. There was nothing to say. Let's beat him up. Tuck tuck. Continuous sounds were heard. 5 exoskeletons and 10 Vulcan cannons fired at the same time. The metal bullets were denser than raindrops as they rained down on the enemy's head. The girl felt a chill down her spine. She waved her hand and a cloud of smoke appeared. The mercenaries thought that she was the leader and were worried that Death Knell would want her alive. Hence, they didn't focus their fire on her. In addition, she ran fast. The nose-pierced girl paid the price of losing one of her ears to keep her life. She had magic, so she managed to escape. Those brainwashed cultists didn't have the ability to do so. The result of using their flesh and blood to resist the metal storm was that more than 40 people were directly knocked down. Broken limbs were everywhere, and a few of them even tried to hide behind the corpses of their companions. The result was naturally, without exception, that they were torn to shreds. Kill these heretics. Cold flames scorching, leave no one alive. The tall and skinny man was also frightened. He raised the sword in his hand, but he didn't move a single step. Attack! Death Knell gave the order. All kinds of gunshots resounded in the air above this sinister ancient castle. The one-sided battle that the mercenaries had imagined did not happen. The cultists had already put aside their disputes and stood together in twos and threes. Cold flame scorching man. Cold flame, protect me. Following their slogan, the bodies of the dozens of so-called devout believers melted like candles. Green smoke rushed out of their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and gathered into a cluster in the air. Large and small, a group of abstract white fog monsters appeared in front of the mercenaries. Behind them were the burned skeletons of the heretics. It seems to be some kind of monster that is formed by burning human souls. It looks scary, but it's not a big deal. Use the quantized cage. Thea instructed. Death Knell made a gesture behind him. 3 mercenaries held slim guns. 2 of them fired at their sides, while the last one fired at a spot 5 meters in front of him. Then, he pressed the button. The 3 dots formed an equilateral triangle. A blue electric light lit up in the area. This was one of the black technologies of the Heaven's Eye Society. The electric light contained a weak nano-decomposition beam. It was originally developed by imitating Superman's heat ray, but it didn't work well in actual combat. The Heaven's Eye Society changed this technology from offensive to defensive. It was useless against Superman, but against normal espers, one would die. These smoke monsters could stay in the subspace for a short period of time. As soon as they entered the material world, the nano-decomposition beam would cut them into particles that couldn't be seen even with a microscope. The smoke monsters screamed silently. If their bodies were damaged, they would have to enter the subspace to rest. When they came out, their bodies would be damaged again. Under this endless cycle, a few smoke monsters were directly vaporized. The remaining larger ones chose to fuse. They formed a 3-headed, 6-legged monster that tried to break out of the quantum cage. The mercenaries held their guns and fought with the remaining cultists who held machetes. The few from the Cold Flame Church wouldn't just stand there and watch. The tall and skinny one with a long sword was the great alchemist Tanarak. He took out a golden stone from his pocket and threw it at a corner of the quantum cage. Countless strong acids corroded the area. One of the triangulation trackers was directly vaporized. Without a stable source of energy, the quantum cage flickered twice. The blue electric light unwillingly dissipated in the air. The government's lackey. Show me what else you have. Tanarak shouted. It wasn't his fault. Death Knell had prepared good equipment for his subordinates. More than 300 people were fully armed, equipped with black technology and exoskeletons. No matter how you looked at it, it wasn't something an ordinary organization could produce. Combining all kinds of inferences, the other party was a government organization that wanted to capture them and dissect them. Although he shouted loudly, he didn't move. His feet were rooted to the ground. He took out a bunch of things and prepared to defend himself. Are you going to meet him? Thea turned to ask Midnight's papa. Midnight's papa was a smart person. Although Thea was asking for his opinion, he knew that this request couldn't be rejected. He also wanted to see how much he had improved. He nodded slightly, indicating that he would go. He was a smart person. The hinting spell didn't have a strong effect on these magic users. When they first met, Thea realized that if Midnight didn't listen, she would have to use other spells to control him. With a light tap of her finger, she cancelled Midnight's papa's invisibility spell. The Voodoo King, who was also covered in bits and pieces, walked out of the group. Midnight. You sewer maggot, how dare you bring people to the Cold Flame Church to behave atrociously? They didn't know the mercenaries, but Midnight's papa was on the same level as them, so they knew him. The woman with the nose ring and Tanarak scolded loudly. At the same time, they wondered if they had pushed him too far. The other party had directly led an army to flatten them. Midnight's papa wasn't a good-tempered person. At first, there were 4 of them and he was alone. He couldn't even beat them one-on-one, so he could only endure it. But now, it was different. In his opinion, Thea could at least fight 3 of them and he could deal with one of them. Plus, he couldn't tell what the poison ivy was made of. His side had a high chance of winning and there was no need for him to bow down. He reached out and took out a pure white human skull. Didn't you want my undead skull? I've brought it for you. As he spoke, he spat a mouthful of blood onto the skull. The skull seemed to come alive. Its upper and lower jaws made caw-caw-caw sounds and it spat out a stinky black wind towards them. Chapter 413. Tanarak glanced back gloomily at Sargon, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. He was best at dealing with voodoo warlocks, but it was a pity that he and his daughter had joined forces to ambush him. Mr. E's eyeless face was looking at him with a faint smile. It seemed that he could only go up himself. An alchemist going up against a voodoo warlock was a bit strange, but Tanarak, who looked down on Daddy Midnight, still went up to him. A street thug dared to behave atrociously in the Cold Flame Vatican? The great alchemist only needed a glance to determine the approximate composition of the poisonous gas. He threw out 2 bottles of solvent, one transparent and one turbid. The 2 bottles of potion mixed in the air and formed a kind of gas with a somewhat fresh fragrance. It directly neutralized Daddy Midnight's poison. Midnight did not back down. He took out a dark brown skeleton the size of a palm and silently chanted a spell. The skeleton expanded with the wind, but from its bone structure, it did not look like a modern human. It's so short. Is this a human skeleton? Death now looked at the skeleton that his new partner had thrown out and asked Thea with some doubt. This thing was less than a meter tall. Could it have been a dwarf when it was alive? That should be the skeleton of a Lemurian. Earth's civilization was slightly older than Atlantis. To the current Earth's people, it's a prehistoric civilization. Thea was also quite interested. She did not expect Daddy Midnight to have such a good thing. The Lemurians were divided into the giant race and the dwarf race. This skeleton was unsurprisingly from the dwarf race. It was a natural-born psionic ability user. However, one special ability was directly linked to one's bloodline. It had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, so it wasn't a simple matter to rely on this skeleton to display its remaining value. Daddy Midnight had already thought about this problem. He gave the skeleton a small tambourine drum. The dark brown skeleton slowly hit the tambourine drum. Psionic shock, invisible to the naked eye, was intermittently emitted in front of him. The alchemist's willpower attribute was not high. He was beaten back by the psionic shock. At the critical moment, Mr. E, who practiced 18 meditation techniques a day, stepped forward. His hands emitted waves of ripples and blocked Daddy Midnight's attack. As for whether or not he wanted to leave Thea and Poison Ivy, who he couldn't see through, to his companions, no one knew. The great alchemist had been made a fool of by a voodoo warlock that he looked down on, and he felt unsatisfied. He no longer held back and kept hitting the ground. Following the rumbling sounds of heavy objects, 2 heavy steel statues ran out of the backyard, their huge bodies quickly appearing in front of them. Kill them. The great alchemist pointed at the mercenaries. Thea was a little surprised. These spellcasters from Earth really did have some good stuff. Midnight's skeleton from the prehistoric civilization, this guy's steel golem, these were all extremely valuable things. It would be too much of a pity to let everyone blow it up. Thea winked at Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy's eyes instantly turned emerald green. A large number of vines suddenly sprang out from the bottom of the steel golem's feet. Under the influence of Poison Ivy's chlorophyll, the vines grew at a heaven-defying speed. The vines that could only wrap around the golem in less than 10 seconds had already slowed down the golem's footsteps. The golem's strength was infinite, and it rushed forward tirelessly. The vines that were as thick as a child's arm were pulled apart by the huge force. One vine was torn apart, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more vines were wrapped around it. 2 vines were torn apart, and 5 or 6 vines were wrapped around it again. In less than 30 seconds, the 2 steel golems were still struggling with all their might. However, under the entanglement of a large number of vines, they could no longer move forward. Seeing this scene, Mr. E shrunk his neck and pulled the battlefield between himself and Daddy Midnight to the side. The great alchemist also noticed that something was wrong at this time. He took out a handful of powder from his body and threw it at Poison Ivy and Thea's position. Hiding the head but showing the tail, come out. The powder was clearly scattered, but it defied the laws of physics. It was thrown dozens of meters away, and only dispersed when it was 5 meters in front of Thea. Poison Ivy waved her hand, and a green wall made entirely of plants appeared in the middle of the fissure, blocking all the powder outside. Play with them. Thea changed into a black robe, covering herself from head to toe. She reached out and cancelled the invisibility spell on the 2. Except for Mr. E, who had already noticed it, the other 3 took a deep breath. Poison Ivy sat on a huge, colorful man-eating flower. This flower was at least 3 meters tall, and its roots and branches were at least 10 meters when fully spread out. Was there such a huge plant on Earth? Facing a powerful enemy, Sargon and his daughter, who had temporarily made peace, looked at the great alchemist. He was involved in the most diverse subjects and had the most knowledge. The great alchemist Tanarak shook his head. This thing did not seem to grow in nature. Mages like them could often summon some strange species. A huge plant did not surprise them. What made them confused was that they could not see through Poison Ivy's essence. Was this woman alive or dead? If she was alive, the circulation in her body was completely different from that of humans. If she was dead, she could breathe, and there was no aura of death on her body. Instead, there was a bright and dazzling aura of life. Like Mr. E, the 3 of them regarded Poison Ivy as some kind of summoned life form from the outer world. As for the summoner, who else could it be? Naturally, it was Miss Thea, who was dressed like a necromancer, beside her. Poison Ivy's body was full of vitality, but there was no magic power, so they were only afraid. But Thea and the others were dumbfounded. This person's magic power was too profound. The nose ring girl who had just started learning magic in Tanarak, who had always been studying alchemy and rarely accumulated magic power, only felt that it was powerful. Apart from Thea, the strongest great mage, Sargon, felt it much more deeply than they did. Pure, thick, profound, and vast were not enough to describe this magic power. Sargon could not understand where this divine being came from. Out of curiosity, he used a secret spell to see Thea's inner essence. He was the oldest and had seen too much and experienced too much. Even if the other party was an angel who had descended to the mortal world, he would not be surprised. But he did not see the scene he had imagined at all. It was as if he was standing alone in the void. Up, down, left, right, front, and back, it was pitch black. He subconsciously looked down, and as his gaze fell, the void became darker and darker until it absorbed his gaze. He could no longer see anything. Only the mental power that he had cultivated for many years told him that he was looking at the abyss, and the abyss was looking at him. If he still wanted to see the sun tomorrow, he had better come out quickly. He did not know that this was the psychic shield that Thea had learned from the Martian hunter. The yellow energy of fear enveloped the soul. He had been ambushed by his daughter and betrayed by his best friend. His willpower attribute had dropped to the bottom. Looking at Thea's magic reaction from afar was actually fine, but he had courted death and wanted to see the inner essence. As a result, he had bumped into the psychic shield and the magically modified mind labyrinth. All kinds of illusions appeared one after another. Spellcasters who had been tortured to death by him, demons from hell, monsters from the abyss, nightmares in the space mezzanine, and countless species that he had seen before or never seen appeared around him. His mental power was exhausted until it was exhausted. His vision was filled with endless emptiness, and he could no longer perceive the outside world. Chapter 4:14. Addicted to Thea's mind labyrinth, the Archmage, who was comparable to Zatanna's father, had his mental strength completely depleted. His mind was completely still, and his breathing was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, his legs stretched out, his neck tilted, and he revealed a strange smile. He was dead. F***ck. The two guys who had known him for half their lives and his daughter were dumbfounded. You died because of a disagreement? Have you considered that we're still fighting? Are you playing with us? Do you still want the unity of Squad 7? Where's your team spirit? If they knew that their powerful companion had died just because he took a second look at someone in the crowd, they would be even more horrified. Mr. E, who was originally evenly matched with Midnight's father, was knocked back. He had to cast 2 spells in a row to recover from his disadvantage. Old thing. Give me your magic power. Old thing, say something. Come hit me. The girl with the nose ring shook her father's body back and forth like a madwoman, as if she could shake the magic out of his body. Unfortunately, the death of a man was like an extinguished lamp. The magic in Sargon's body was like a prisoner who had broken free from his shackles, dissipating in all directions. Ah! The girl with the nose ring could naturally see this scene. Like an injured beast, she roared at the sky. Stop roaring. Fight the enemy with me. Tanarak was going crazy. What kind of useless teammates were they? The strongest Archmage had died inexplicably, and now they were reduced to a support like him carrying the heavy burden. The situation was extremely bad. Although the girl with the nose ring was a newcomer, she could at least provide some help. He stared nervously at Thea. Death Knell and Poison Ivy were waiting for orders. The mercenaries were using a rain of bullets to deplete the number of smoke monsters and cultists. The battle outside was very lively, but the center of the field was a little quiet. What was Thea doing at this time? Thea was busy sorting out the gift bags. This unlucky Archmage was the second humanoid gift bag she had encountered in her life. The previous Martian manhunter had also failed due to fear, but at least it required Thea to collect all kinds of knowledge on her own. This Archmage had delivered himself to her doorstep. His mental power was destroyed by all kinds of illusions, and a large amount of memories were intercepted by Thea. At first, Thea was puzzled. Where did these things come from? It wasn't until the old man breathed his last that she understood. The soul that carried the memories dissipated, and the old man left everything he had learned in his life to Thea. In terms of function, it was far less powerful than the Martian hunter of the past, but it was a professional match. A large number of applications of spells, secret arts, tricks, and rituals were all completely obtained by Thea. You guys go ahead. Leave that blind man in the suit. You can kill the rest. Thea was constantly sorting out her gains. From the old man's memories, she knew that Mr. E was in charge of all external affairs. She could just ask him about Malcolm. The others did not have any powerful means, and Poison Ivy and Death Knell were more than enough to deal with them. Sargon had a lot of memories. The old man had lived for more than 90 years, and he was the oldest of the 4. He had been to many places in the world before his death and learned many spells. He could also cast the irony spell that Thea had been a little envious of, but he was not very good at it. Sargon's unique spell was gem magic. He could use a special method to seal spells into gems, and when he used them, he could cast them by chanting a certain word. It was very similar to the spell scrolls in the game. He had accumulated a lot of magic gems, and when he threw them out in a fight, not many people could withstand it. The old man's attacks were sharp, Zatara's irony magic defense was amazing, Mr. E was in charge of scouting, and Tanarak the alchemist was in charge of making some magical tools and deciphering traps. When the four of them were at their most intimate, it could be said that they were the strongest mage team in the world. Unfortunately, no matter how deep their friendship was, it could not withstand the baptism of time. Zatara's death caused a rift between the four of them, and this rift grew bigger and bigger. Today, Tanarak and Sargon's daughter directly led half of the followers to betray them, ambushing and seriously injuring Sargon. At this point in time in the original timeline, their plan was very successful. Sargon's daughter seized her father's magic, and Mr. E directly admitted defeat. The Cold Flame Vatican could be said to have not suffered any damage. However, Thea's miraculous appearance completely changed the situation. Sargon's gaze accidentally killed himself. Without his magic, the girl with the nose ring became a useless woman, and the situation deteriorated to the point where it could not be any worse. After carefully analyzing the situation from Old Man Sargon's memories, Sia could not help but sigh. Their arrival was too coincidental. If they were 10 minutes earlier, they would still be fine, but if they were 10 minutes later, the girl with the nose ring would inherit the old man's magic and magic gemstones. Could this be the luck attribute of Merlin's sword? Thea felt the sword around her neck that was used as a necklace, and thought with some uncertainty. However, from the fact that this human gift bag had automatically sent itself to her door for her to study, she was indeed lucky. Thea glanced at the situation. Death Knell did not let Poison Ivy help, and was fighting Tanarak alone. The alchemist, who did not take him seriously at first, was stunned by Death Knell's magic-piercing bullets. He had no choice but to take out his own alchemy items to resist. Death Knell's grenade launcher had been magically modified by Thea, and now the bullets were all high-speed armor-piercing bullets with magic-piercing arrays. Thea did not have the time to make them one by one. She made one bullet, and then directly used the artificial intelligence to repeatedly scan the array carvings. She then used modern machinery to dig it out bit by bit. With the fully automatic equipment, she could only produce a few rounds a day. The machinery faithfully simulated her carvings. The magic-piercing bullets had less spiritual energy than the ones she made, but it was more convenient. Now, these bullets were all in Death Knell's hands. He had also injected himself with the super gene optimization fluid that Thea had concocted, and his body's attributes were increasing rapidly. He was clearly a burly man like a bear, but now his body was as light as an eagle. He surrounded Tanarak and slashed left and right. From time to time, the invisible arm behind him would control the gun to shoot various bullets at his magic shield. Alchemists were not known for their powerful magic, but he was a support staff. His combat experience was worlds apart from Death Knell's. Without a magic shield, he was just a mortal body. Death Knell's machete was so fast that it left afterimages. He did not think that he could withstand it with his 50 kilograms of weight. The alchemy items in his hands were being consumed rapidly. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, but he could not find a way to break out of this situation. Poison Ivy giggled as she looked at the battlefield. Her personality was not very belligerent. When no one paid attention to her, she would play by herself. That's right, she was playing. Her charm pheromone spurted out, and from time to time, she would bewitch a few cultists to swing their machetes at her former companions. She was having a lot of fun. Chapter 4:15. Controlling the cultists to kill each other, trapping the two iron golems, and dealing with the girl with the nose ring, who was actually not a threat, and preventing her from harassing Death Knell's battle. Poison Ivy seemed to have a lot of work to do, but it was not serious at all. Although the cultists were ferocious, they were a group of ordinary people. Plus, they were malnourished and would bleed for no reason, so their bodies were weaker than ordinary people. The girl with the nose ring was also a newcomer to the magic world. Her shouts were earth-shattering. Thea estimated that Damien could kill her even if he used all his magic and martial arts skills, so she was not a strong opponent. Poison Ivy had great potential and could easily control the flow of the battle. Her methods were strange and mysterious, and she was better than a non-magic person. Thea was optimistic about her future. While they were fighting, Thea dragged Old Man Sargon's body over. The old man had a cloth wrapped around his head, and he seemed to be an Indian. Thea had gotten his big gift, so she was not interested in his black body. She took out a small bag from the side of the body and opened it. There were 5 or 6 dazzling gemstones inside. Thea took out a gemstone and looked at the quality of the gemstone with a torch as if nothing had happened on the battlefield. She curled her lips and secretly scolded him for being poor. Although she did not study gemstones as deeply as Catwoman, Thea relied on her female talent to judge that these gemstones were only of an acceptable level. Old man Sargon did not know that his body was almost cold, but he was still being looked down upon. In fact, he was also helpless. Although he was born in a rich family in India, he was considered rich compared to his countrymen who could transport tens of thousands of people in a train. But compared to Thea, he was a complete pauper. First of all, the wealth belonged to his family, not him. There were many branches in his family, and all of them were asking for money. In order to reduce the attention of the secular world, he did not dare to use magic recklessly. In India, there were corrupt people everywhere, and they wanted money everywhere. There was not much wealth for him to freely use. Secondly, his wealth was in the most basic industry, which was commonly known as a landlord. His family owned a large amount of land in India, and every year, tens of thousands of farmers helped his family farm. 200 years ago, this would have been something worth bragging about. But in today's information society, it could only be exchanged for sighs from the onlookers. The last and most crucial point was that he had met Zatara and his friends 30 years ago. The other two were not considered wealthy. Only Zatara, who lived in Gotham, had a decent financial situation. The few of them had founded the cult, and the daily funds had been paid by Zatara and Sargon. With Zatara's death, the cult's funds had been cut in half. Old Sargon had to fork out his coffin money to barely survive until today. In such a tight economic crisis, he really didn't have the extra money to buy gems. Thea despised the old man's poverty. "You're so poor, why do you still want to play with gem magic? What a joke. It seems that this skill can only be developed in my hands." Thea weighed the bag with a few gems in her hand and thought to herself, "Among the mages, I'm the richest, and among the rich, I'm the best at magic." It was probably referring to people like Thea. Gem magic. Gems in front, magic behind. The importance of good gems could be seen from this. Without boasting, Thea was the best at this spell, except for those dragons who were hiding in some unknown dimension. She had been busy for the past few years and had not deliberately collected any gems. But as her reputation grew, there was an endless stream of people who wanted to see her, visit her, and make friends with her. The first meeting required a greeting gift. This was basic human interaction. Those who were qualified to see her were either rich or noble. These people did not want to be laughed at, so they racked their brains to give her gifts. Thea was a young woman, so what should she give her? There was no mistake in giving her gems. Even though she had rejected many of them, there were still more precious gems and gems that filled the 12 safes in her house. Among them, there were more than 300 pieces that would leave their names in history. If Thea had not given some to Diana, this number would have doubled. Catwoman had sourly said many times that Thea had been targeted by international robbers. It was not without reason. She used an Earth-type spell to dig a huge hole and buried Sargon, who was poor but still played with gems. Looking at the battlefield, Thea's mind was already immersed in fantasizing about how many gems she needed to make to blow Darkseid up into the sky. A flash of silver interrupted her daydream. A teleportation portal? A man and a woman walked out of it. The man was wearing a khaki trench coat with a dirty white shirt underneath. His tie was loosely tied. The man looked dispirited. His face was covered in stubble, and he had a cigarette in his mouth. The man did not pay much attention to what happened after the teleportation. He seemed to be trying his best to explain something to the woman beside him. The woman had shoulder-length hair and wore a purple jacket with a white shirt inside. The V-neck design showed off her indescribable pair of stalwart things. Her legs were covered in demonic fishnet stockings and a pair of leather boots. The woman had a pretty face and a resolute aura, which was a stark contrast to the lazy and cunning man beside her. "Listen to me, Ja. The Croydon compass can help you find anything, that's enough, Constantine." I've had enough of your hypocritical lies and malicious help. You be ****, scum. You always get me into trouble. I just want to find my father's belongings. You go on your own. The purple-clothed woman spat at the man's face without any elegance. After that, she was stunned by the lively atmosphere in the square. She stuttered her words and looked at the situation in front of her in confusion. Her first reaction was similar to the Cold Flame Church's initial guess. This was the government's secret army encircling and annihilating a lively social organization. The man's reaction was much calmer than hers. A trace of doubt flashed through the corner of his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by cynicism. The night wind was a little strong. He reached out to cover his mouth and lit the cigarette. He took a deep breath and said to the woman in a slightly intoxicated manner, "I didn't cause this trouble. You know, I was planning to sneak in. Sneak in my ass." There were at least 1,000 people in this square. Even a mosquito couldn't fly in with so many people. The woman considered the man's misdeeds and automatically imagined that this was specially designed for her. The two of them could not figure out what was going on. Out of caution, they roughly observed the battlefield. The first thing they saw was poison ivy sitting on a 3-meter-tall man-eating flower. It couldn't be helped. This had nothing to do with magic. It was just that poison ivy was too high profile. Anyone with good eyesight could see her at a glance. What is this? A human? The two mages with extraordinary knowledge were also attracted by poison ivy's strange life form. Was this a human?